Hello, welcome everyone to the FIDE Candidates Tournament 2022 round number 13. This is your host Sagar Shah welcoming you to the live stream. How are you doing, guys? I hope you are doing well, and it is an absolute pleasure to commentate on this event. We are just a few hours away, maybe, from finding the next challenger to the tournament. Let me just show you the standings first so that you are aware of what is happening. These are the standings of the event. Nepo is on 8.5, Hikaru Nakamura on 6.5, Ding Lijian on 6.5, Temur Rajabo on 6, Caruana on 6, Richard Rapport on 5, Duda on 5, and Alireza Firuza on 4.5. This is how the standings are, and I want to welcome everyone here and just tell you that if Nepo draws this game, he is the champion of the tournament, because 2 points, there are 2 more rounds to go. So today and tomorrow, do you think, guys, that Nepo will be able to get the half point? I have a feeling that he will be able to, but today, that's why his game is the most important one that we are going to look at and see what is happening. Richard Rapport is a player who is quite a fighter, and I think he will definitely not make it easy for Nepo to win. So the game started off with 1 e4. Nepo will win today, says Beloglavi. Sagar bhai, Judith versus Magnus game dekha? Yes. Actually, I have to make all these videos. Unfortunately, I couldn't make them today, but by tomorrow, I will be making those analysis videos of Judith versus Magnus, Anish versus Magnus. There were so many nice games that happened, and we will look at them on ChessBase India. But for now, let's focus on the candidates. If Nepo wins, he creates a world record of scoring highest points in candidates. Patrick Bro says, wow, that's amazing. Anish beat Magnus 2-0. Yes, this park this park in Spain is a very interesting place. No, I mean, in Madrid, I would love to go there. Sagar bhai, today call Vidit and Anish to hype up the event. That's a good idea, but I think I will do something separately with them at some point, not on this stream. Maybe we'll do something later on. Also, we are I have pinned the link of the tickets to the Anish versus Vidit match. We will talk about it a bit in the time to come. So e4 was played. C5, Richard shows that he wants to fight, and I think it's a personal sort of thing for Richard today, that even though his chances of winning the candidates or even finishing second are not too high, he would want to fight, and that's why he plays the Sicilian. Knight f3. If my voice is low, then I will try and increase it, but I thought it should not be too low. Okay, so right now, e4, c5, knight f3, he went knight c6, and now Nepo could have played the move bishop b5. By the way, Nepo needs only a draw, so he goes for the open Sicilian, and he says that in this opening, there are many draws that can be made. So c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight f6, knight c3, and d6. Guys, do you know what is the name of this opening? Rushabh Jogi says Indian players क्यों नहीं है ये tournament में? Rushabh, Indian players are not playing this tournament because they did not qualify. Where can we buy the tickets for the death match? Yes, Isomaniac, I have pinned it on this chat. You can buy it from there. Also, it's the first link in the description. Yes, Sicilian Classical is correct. Rakshit, Aditya Jaiswal, Beloglavi, Neeraj Neeraj, it's called Open Sicilian, but in that it is the classical Sicilian. Urvin Savla says, how many matches will be played between Anish and Vidit? It's all mentioned in the article that is there on chessbase.in. I think roughly around 15, anything between 15 and 18 games will be played between them. So d6, bishop g5. This is now known as the Richter Rouser. Bishop g5 is one of the main moves against the classical Sicilian. e6 was played here. By the way, a very important thing to note is that although in the Najdorf, many times you put your pawn on e5, it's not a good idea to play e5 when your knight is pinned here, because then the d5 square becomes very weak. So e6, queen d2 was played here. a6, this is one of the main lines. Long castles, bishop to d7. Bishop to d7. Thank you, Rakshit, for sharing the link to the match. Ojas says, Sagar bhai, this is Ojas. I met you in Garware Club. Yes. Nice. Thank you. I remember meeting you. Yesterday was a very eventful day, guys. I went to the chess club in Phoenix, Market City, the Chess Base India Chess Club. Then we went to the torch relay. I have a very nice videos of that, which I will publish. Then I went to Samay's show, where I reached after the show was over, met him, and then I came back home. So it was a very packed day. Yes, Ayush KV, there will be live commentary on YouTube for the death match. We want people all across the world to be able to see it, but the vibe at the venue would be different. And also you get to play a tournament one day before a rapid event, and then you also have a simul of Anish and Vidit, so that way. Kavya says, are there any plans of opening up chess clubs in other parts of the countries? Yes, I have been talking to a few people in Bangalore, in today in Gujarat, someone suggested in Ahmedabad. So, you know, there is interest, and soon we will think of doing that. Okay, so bishop d7 has been played by Richard, and suddenly Nepo is thinking, I think whenever you have to play for a draw, it's always a very tricky situation, because it's like somewhere you want to play for, as white, you want to play for an advantage, then you also know a draw will be enough, then I am already qualified for the match, you know, I don't need to push. So it's not an easy situation for Nepo. He has to play it carefully, and I want to just check out on our chess base board if we can figure out how many times has this move been played and whether this is a surprise for Nepo. So let's have a look at this. So we have our chess base board here. E4, C5, knight F3, knight C6. We have 5 lakh games already here. D4, CD, knight D4, knight F6, knight C3, and D6. This is 1,20,000 games. Bishop G5 has been played in 53,000 games. E6 played here, very logical, 42,000 games. Queen D2 played in 38,000 games, so very popular line. A6 played in 25,000 games. Long castle in 24,000 games, and here bishop D7 in 14,000 games. So by the way, apart from bishop D7, the other main move here is H6 and then bishop E7. So I think what Nepo is thinking is are there any forced drawing lines in this opening? Are there any lines where he can make a forced draw? If that is the case, then he can go for it, and maybe we'll have to see. By the way, Vidit is a big fan of this opening. I mean, a big exponent. He has played this since he was a young kid. the Sicilian classical. So we'll see how he fares here. Or I mean, we'll see if there are any games of him here. I don't know. Let's just see. If we go to V, yeah, there you see with it, so many games with it. He's played a lot, and actually played it a lot since a very young age as well. Let's go back to our board and see what are the moves that have been played. So here, after bishop d7, Nepo goes and takes on c6. So he's captured the knight on c6, and now it's up to Rapport to take with the pawn or with the bishop. These are two possibilities, and only one of them is correct. So my question to you is, will you take with the bishop or with the pawn? Let's see if you guys can get it before Richard makes the move. Will you take it with the pawn or will you take it with the bishop? So this is the position. A lot of you are saying the bishop, a few of you are saying the pawn, and Prahlad Sen, very good, Prahlad Sen, that's excellent. So it would be very nice to take with the pawn, bolster the center, and also give the open b file for the rook. But there's a huge but here. Black is in trouble because of the fact that white is very much developed and he can instantly start creating threats. And what is one of the key moves here in this position that should give white an advantage? It's a forcing move. Can you find it? Yes, brilliant job, guys. A lot of you have been able to find the answer to this. So here we have our chat chess moves where you guys have given the answer e5. Fantastic job done by Prahlad Sen, Chess for Fun, DX, Rakshit Singh, Vishal Kalyan Shetty, Beloglavi Soup, Ojas, Dhyanam Joshi, Pata Nahi, Bhanu Pratap Singh. So you push your pawn to e5 and then this is hanging. So pawn takes is to be taken. And then you play bishop takes f6. There is also other possibilities. You want to play knight e4, but then he can take it and attack your queen. So that is not working out. So you go bishop f6. He can take with the queen, but then knight f4 hits the queen. So, he can't take with the queen because queen d7 is a mate. So he must take with the pawn. And then you go knight e4, and already there are huge problems to be resolved. First one is that I'm threatening knight takes f6 check, queen takes f6 and queen d7 mate. And if you play bishop e7, there are many ways to continue. Maybe the strongest move here is to go queen h6, maybe queen g7 in the air, and maybe I want to go knight d6. There are many problems that black is facing because of his undeveloped situation. So I hope that this point was clear to you. And now bishop takes c6 was played. And by the way, guys, do you know there is a big news that has happened in Indian chess? Mayur says really enjoyed yesterday's torch relay event. Thank you, Mayur. It was fun, you know. We traveled by local train and went there. Yes, we have the third team for the Olympiad. For the chess Olympiad, India is now having not just two teams, guys. We also have the third team here. Let me just show you what the team is for all those who have missed it. We have Surya Ganguly as the team board number 1. Maybe they will change the board order, but these are the 5 players. We have Surya Ganguly, Karthikeyan Murli, Sethu Raman, Abhijit Gupta and Abhimanyu Puranik. So, and the coach of the team is Tejas Bakre. Well, I'm actually very, this team is a very balanced team, I feel. Like Surya has played against all the top players in the world, so has Karthikeyan, so has Setu, Abhijit. Abhimanyu is the youngster who Abhimanyu and Karthikeyan are relatively young players, but Karthikeyan, if you remember, had beaten MVL in the last round of Gibraltar. He has also beaten Firuja. Abhimanyu is this young and upcoming talent of Indian chess. So, what a nice team, right? That we have here. So now we have 3 teams in open. We have 2 teams in women. I'm just wondering if when I'll be commentating, I'll have such a my hands would be full, right, with commentary. But we'll figure that out. The more the merrier. The more the merrier. Going back to the game. So bishop c6 was played, and now Nepo solidifies the center with f3. What will be the rating average of this team? Yes, it would be 2600 plus, because all the players are about 2600. And yeah, it is a very interesting team. So we have team number 1 that has a lot of experience, with Arjun being the youngster there. We have team number 2, which is all about youngsters, and Adiban there. And we have team number 3, which is a mixture of both. Sachin says, what would it take to bring back Vichy? This could be cricket 2011 World Cup moment. India wins gold for Vichy. Yes, possible. Because, also this has come out. The list of teams who are participating in the Olympiad. And I'll also show you that. Because of that, I would say we have amazing chances. Because our team is the 3rd seed in the open segment, and our team is the 1st seed in the women's section. So that already is a huge thing, because the main reason is that China and Russia both are not playing in this Olympiad. China because most likely of the COVID situation, and Russia because of the war situation. Yeah, the B team can be a dark horse for sure. Kavya, I also think so. Let me quickly take you to how many times this position has occurred here. So bishop d7, take on c6 is actually not very popular move. The popular moves are f4 and f3. These are the 2 most popular moves. I think f4 leads to very sharp games like b5, bishop f6, then you take with the pawn, it's doubled up, and king b1. Very complex situations. But Nepo is like, why should I go into such complex things? Let me take 135 games and let me put my pawn to f3. This line actually has not really been played so much at the highest level. In fact, if you see, it's not even played by any 2700 plus player. We have Abhimanyu Puranik there who's played it. But apart from that, very few people have played. Jobawa has played it twice. But I think the main reason for Nepo choosing it is just for the clarity and the simplicity and the solidity. He will, if the normal moves have to be played, he'll put his king on b1, then he will push his pawn to g4, maybe put his bishop on d3, maybe g4 is not even required, maybe bishop e2, or rook he1. Yes, Hari Krishna is playing in the A team. Why not instead of f3 direct e5, says Prashant Tiwari. Prashant, if we play e5, what if I just take the pawn? Because at the end of the day, if you take, I take, you take, I'm just a pawn up. So that might not be a good idea. Very solid structure. Let's also look at few other games. I think a very interesting game today is between Alireza Firuza and Ding Liren. So let's have a look at that one. Oh, what? What? I think Alireza Firuza has just going to draw this one with white. They played this line, no? E4, E5. Do you remember this one? Who played it against Ding? Let's see how your memory is of the candidates. Megha Patra, mostly in that f4 line, the bishop comes from e2 or d3. These are the two squares. Mostly e2. Maybe you can put it on f3 sometimes. It was played against Nepo Ding Liren. Same line occurred. Knight d1 at 6. Actually, they played the same thing. A little different. Here, Ding had gone f5, if I'm not mistaken. Knight e3 and then f4. And this way it happened. But today, he went for king g7. Here, rook e8. Take. Rook e5, bishop g4, h5. Takes. Bishop g f5. Wow, this seems like some prep by Ding. This looks like his preparation. Very interesting. And he's a pawn down, but he has these strong central pawns. Sharang Pai says, will Chessbase India originals have a stream broadcast or only commentary in person? There will be both. I'll check out Anil Chandra. Thank you for sending. I also wanted to see if this has been played before or this is all preparation has this been played before? So let's go to our board. E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight C6. This is also a challenge to remember so many moves. But I like this to recollect. Takes, Bishop D3, D5, ED, castles, CD, Bishop G5, C6, Queen F3, Bishop D6, Rook E1, Rook B8, Knight D1. I think he went H6 here. Bishop F6, Queen F6, Queen F6, Pawn takes F6, B3. And now here the main move that has been played is Bishop E6. He went King G7. This has been played before by Ding already, twice, against Rapport and Duda. Knight E3, Rook E8, also played in both the games by Ding. So this is no new stuff happening. Rook E5. This is already both the games. BG4 is the first new move. So before, everyone had played Bishop D3 or G4, and there was one game Bishop D7. But Bishop G4 is the new move, and now this move h5 must be Ding's preparation, because there you are able to give up a pawn like this, but black gets a very strong center. Okay, let's go back to the board and let's try to analyze this situation. What is happening after f5? Raja's game is interesting. Let's have a look at Raja's game because he played really well. Mega says, today you have less energy. No, no, not at all, Mega. I'm completely fine. I'm just not at all tired or anything. Also, you know, the tournament situation is such and the games are very, very but yeah, you're right. I mean, I can make it more exciting. Yeah. Okay, okay, guys, I understand. Let's go. Let's go to the next game. We are going to look at Rajabov versus Caruana. So, what has happened here? D4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, and we have the Catalan on the board. D takes c4. This is known as the, what is this called, guys? Vittal Sarda says, which country is seeded second in the Olympiad? Well, the country that is seeded second in the Olympiad is Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan is the second seed. I can just show you the list of teams who are very interesting to see that there are a few. I'll tell you what exactly is very interesting for me. Yes, this is known as the Open Catalan. Absolutely right. This is known as the Open Catalan. And by the way, just so that you guys know, these are the team starting ranks in the open section. We have USA right at the top, 2771, Azerbaijan 2705. I think this is the average of top 4 players, not top 5. We have India at 2696. Norway is unusually high, but that is because of Magnus Carlsen, who has a rating of 2860 something. Then we have Spain, Poland, Netherlands. Well, Anish's team also number 7 seeds have excellent chances of winning the medal. Ukraine, Germany, England, India 2, Armenia, Iran, Uzbekistan, France, Hungary, Czech, Croatia, Romania, Turkey, Greece, Israel. All of these teams have close to 2600 plus rating average, which means that these teams have good chances of winning the medal. But okay, coming back to the game of Rajabov after d takes c4, as you guys rightly mentioned, this is known as the Open Catalan. Bishop g2 played by Rajabov. Bishop b4. Bishop went to d2. a5 was played. This is well known stuff. Queen c2. And now he castles. I think instead of castles, there are other moves as well. If we quickly check our chess-based board, we will get to know what are the other moves that can be played here. d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, g3, d takes c4, bishop g2, bishop b4 check, bishop d2, a5, and now queen c2. 932 games, but here he castled. And if you look at castles, only 24 games have been played with this. So this move played by Caruana is not the main move in the position. The main move here is by far bishop takes d2. There is also knight c6 in the position. There is also b5 in the position. So these are the main line moves. I think bishop d2, I have seen this played many times. And then one way is to take with the knight, but taking with the knight is not the best because of b5. So many players take here, and then after b5, as Amruta would say, don't make the move. Ask them what is the move that recovers the pawn here, guys. Can you tell me after b5 what is the move that recovers the pawn? I will also play it out on the board here if you like. So after this, bishop d2, queen d2, b5, what is a very important move that white should play here? Sagar, will you not be making videos of matches of Vidit and AG, their score and one good win from? Yes, I will do, Aditya. From starting from day tomorrow or day after. Dhruv Gangur Day, it will take place on 25th at 5 p.m. 25th July. No, guys, look at double attacks. Very few of you have actually found it, but try to think of double attack. And remember that knight e5 never wins material because of knight d5 here. Or even c6 is possible, but knight d5 is the main move. So knight e5 does not win material. Yes, Mustafa, Armenia is not in top 10 because Aronian has changed federations from Armenia to USA. That is the main reason. Yes, Arindam Bhattacharya, you are very, very correct. You are the one who has found the move. Queen to g5 here, attacking g7 and b5. So guys, be alert. Sometimes you miss such moves because you are too fixated on the standard moves like knight e5 or a4 and stuff like that, knight c3, but you miss a queen move which moves again and attacks these two pawns. So this will win material here. So keep that in mind. And if he castles here, then typical idea is knight e5 to win back the c4 pawn, or even knight a3 to win this, stopping b5. Chess for Fun says this is something I've never seen in the Catalan. No, this is well known. This is well known. Okay, so queen c2 here, castles is played by black, and now here he took on c4, b6, interesting move by Fabiano. He says that I'm ready to give up a pawn, so takes here, bishop a6, intermediate move, important move, otherwise you are just a pawn down. But Raja says, I will anyway drop my queen back to b3, and after take, queen takes, now he plays c5. c5 has been played in the position. Rakshit says, best part about this Olympiad is finally Zimbabwe team is coming to India, who we watched 2 years back for such a long time. No, this that will be fun, of course. But this idea of Fabiano, how good is it? He's actually sacrificing another pawn here. And he's telling Rajabov, please be my guest, take another pawn. So if Rajabov gets greedy and takes another pawn here, like this, I have some doubts. But also, let's say my queen can always go to safe squares here, somewhere here, and I can castle, giving back one pawn. So I'll be a pawn up, and that too I will have two passers here. So maybe a good idea is, Vijayendra says, what do you mean by seeding? Seeding means the rating. It's like before the tournament begins, who is the first rank? Not the placing, but by seeding, I mean by rating. So like Federer is the top seed in Wimbledon, or Djokovic is the top seed, and so on. Same way USA is the top seed. So c5, after d takes c5, the move that black should play here is not to take the pawn, but something else. Can you tell me? Krish K, thank you for becoming backer of Indian chess. That's very kind of you. And Chess for Fun, you're very quick and well done. Rakshit Singh, excellent job. Also Moltrux, Vishal Kalyan Sethi, Ishprit Singh, Ronak Opi, Sibananda Maiti, Urvin Savla, Abhay Man, Shriyana Malya, Chirag. Very good, guys. Knight to c6. You develop with a tempo, hit the queen. If the queen gets too hungry and greedy and captures another pawn with queen takes b6, well, don't exchange. You are 3 pawns down. That would be a bit too much if you don't have a concrete way of taking advantage. So a very good idea could be queen c8 here. But guys, I'm actually getting, oh, by the way, d takes c5 played and knight c6 on the board. Wow. We are witnessing a very interesting game between Rajabov and Caruana. Caruana has already sacrificed 2 pawns and he is now giving up a third pawn. Is this played before? Let's quickly check on our chess base board. We looked at till this point. After castles, he took queen takes c4, b6. This has been played in 6 games. Mikhalevsky versus Vidit. Oh, they have played. Vidit has played this. Vidit's idea, huh? Nice. Drave has played it. Alexei Drave versus Moksh Doshi. But these are all online games. So let's have a look at. And by the way, Raja actually tested him with bishop takes b4 here. Bishop a6, queen b3, a b4, queen b4, c5, 2 games. Geveller versus Miralles, Helmer versus Rantanen. This is also played in Olympiad in 1982 and Geveller is played in 2019, Geveller Miralles. And after takes, knight c6, 2 games played, and in both the games white did not go and capture this pawn. He went back queen d2, and after queen d2 black said at least I will gain back one more pawn and I want to fight here. So both the games, one of them ended in a draw, one ended in victory for white. So going back to our game and trying to figure out what Rajabov will play now after knight c6, he has 2 options. He can take this pawn, the third pawn, or he can come here. Humanly, I feel taking on b6 seems a little dangerous. So I would say queen d2 looks most natural because queen d2 is slightly risk free. After taking here, I believe that you can castle queen d2. Let's imagine take knight bd2 and bishop e2. When you have recovered the pawn, but then after rook fc1, I have a feeling that white will be pressing in this game because of this weakness on c5. At least a small edge here. And this is one of the main issues with playing these gambit lines. If white is careful, sometimes he can give back material and then get a risk-free advantage. Krish K says, if Nepo draws any one of the games, then he wins, right? Yes, he has won against Rapport with black. Today Nepo is white. I agree, Krish K. But mentally you get a little bit worried when you are playing this final round, when you know that the goal is so near. If I'm not wrong, and maybe you guys can correct me, but when you go for the trek, like to a peak, a mountain peak, it is said that the major accidents or mistakes occur when you are very close to your goal of reaching the peak, because that is when you start to get a little complacent. You see your destination and you are like, oh, I've made it. And so that's what he has to avoid. Janil Modi says, hello Sagar sir, thanks for joining today. Had a lot of fun commentating with you. Enjoyed a lot. Life is unfair kar diya mere match mein. Hare Janil. Janil is one of those streamers who has been streaming chess. Check out his channel. It's called Janil Modi. And he had written to me that they had a very interesting sub battle between him and another streamer called Bridge Bhatt. And so I went there to commentate on one of the games. Unfortunately, I couldn't commentate on one game because I couldn't see that game. But it was very nice, and Janil, please keep up the good work. So yes, Atul Gupta says a lot of accidents also happen during descent for similar reasons. Correct. So we want to check out what is up with Jan Nepomniachtchi again. And after, there has been some progress made. After f3, h6 was played, and I have a question for you, and I think this is a nice question. Why is bishop h4 a mistake in this position? And this is a very key idea which you should know in such openings. White is pushing, so h6 is a very tricky move. It forces the bishop to decide whether you want to take or come back. because going and keeping this pin is a mistake. Let's see. Tanish Lad says, when is the new stock of books coming up? They are on their way, Tanish, and I think should be coming in very, very soon. They are in transit. They come by water, by ship, because through air, it's very expensive. We've ordered close to 3,000 books. So that's the reason why it takes around a month and a half to come from Europe. It's like those good old days, you know. Veer Singh says candidates is not interesting anymore, one-sided. Yes, Veer, from competitive perspective, maybe not, but there's always something to learn from these top games. And I have really enjoyed watching these games, you know, from chess perspective. So let's have a look at what are the moves that have been suggested. Knight e4, excellent job done by Prahlad, Krishnav, Som, Samil, Sakar Chess, Sachin, Sagar, Yogesh, HH and Ojas. Typically this idea works very well because the queen now looks at the bishop. So if you take on d8, I will take on d2 and then I will pick up on d8. But also remember that this trick does not work here straight away, because if you take here, then I simply take back with the knight or even with the pawn. The queen is defending the bishop. That's why h6 is important, to push the bishop away, and then the bishop has to either take or come back. He comes back to f4, and after d5, because the d6 pawn is hanging, he pushes his pawn to d5, and now the queen comes to e1, opening up threats along the e file. Could be dangerous. He pins it here, and look at Nepo moving quickly. He knows his opening stuff, and after a3, once again it is Richard who has to decide what to do. Krish K says the openings in the candidates were very unique and nice. Correct. Manoj Mahajan says, please suggest a good book for opening preparation. There are two resources which I can suggest. One is a Fritz trainer by Q Zhu, which is on ChessBase. It is QIYU. She's the author. She goes through all the openings. And another one is Opening Encyclopedia 2022. Chess for Fun says it's generally said that if black gets in d5 in Najdorf, he's pretty much equalized. Yes, and even in this position, it seems to me that black is doing pretty well. D5, getting it on a timely basis is definitely looking good. Let's say if I go bishop a5. Now, here's a question. Let's say if you go ED, I think makes a lot of sense. Knight d5, and now I go b4. The point is you can't take the bishop, your queen is hanging. And otherwise, if you go back here to b6, then already knight takes, bishop takes, and c4 is very powerful. Yes, you are weakening your king a lot, but I am attacking here, and even if you pin this with rook c8, I can go king b1 and I am going to win a bishop. And that is a huge material advantage. So after a3, you have to be very careful as black what to do. And if Nepo is aware of all this opening theory here, I don't think Richard Rapport will have a chance. Why is Nepo not opening the center considering the king is in the center? E takes d5. True. So Sachin, if you play e takes d5 here, then after knight takes d5, what is your further idea? Because now I'm threatening to take and double your pawns. And right now the structure is very stable. Like even if you sacrifice here, I take with the bishop. There's no way to use this for now. So first what he did is he goes a3. And then when the bishop will go back here, he will take. And then he will have the additional option of playing b4. That is the reason why he's pushed a3. Then if you take knight f4, rook d8, bishop d8 is possible. And I think this will be another position to see. I don't think Nepo is worse. He has a rook and a, I mean, he's a queen up, but for a rook and a bishop. Black has some compensation, but not much. Not much here. So A3 has been played. Let's also go very quickly to the other two games which we haven't checked at all yet. Hikaru Nakamura versus Jan Krzysztof Duda. And we have a Najdorf on the board, I think. Let's go through the moves. E4 by Hikaru. And he plays A6, Najdorf, bishop E3, E5. And he goes for knight F3. This was played by Hikaru against. Guys, whom did Hikaru play this against? Rudra Tartare says, Raja mentioned you in an interview. Did you see? Yes, very much. Karthik Balamurugan says, is there any chance for Ding, Sagar? If Ding wins today and tomorrow and Nepo loses both his games, then there is a chance. Yes, this was played between Alireza Firuza by Nakamura, bishop E7, H3, is H6. By the way, Firuza had gone knight C6 here and then bishop C4. But he goes bishop E7, H3, H6, bishop C4, bishop E6, bishop B3, knight C6, knight H4, and now he could have castled here, Duda, but Duda plays knight A5 after a good solid 13 minutes of things, so he might be out of his prep. Bishop takes, pawn takes, and knight G6 played by Hikaru, rook G8 on the board, and now Hikaru Nakamura is thinking, what should he continue with? A very interesting position now. So knight C4, is it possible? Knight C4 in the air. Like, I have threats of knight C4. But when you take here, I can take with the queen. I can also take with the king, keeping my king quite safe in the center, connecting my rooks. Next move, I threaten to go knight C4, maybe move the queen out, switch the rook. So these are the possibilities. Yes, rank number 2 may matter in candidates. I mean, if Magnus is there in Madrid for the candidates, I'm sure someone will ask him about his decision to play or not. When Jan wins the tournament, or if someone else wins the tournament, he will be told, will you play against him or not? And then Magnus will have to answer, right? Yes, Sachin, very good suggestion here by you. Queen d3, stopping knight c4. So imagine that you go queen d3 here, and I go rook c8, recreating the threat of knight c4. You can go long castle, knight c4, and then you may have to give up your bishop on e3, which is not the end of the world. It's pretty normal here. Yes, Ojas, you can buy our premium chess set. The link is in the description if you go there, and its cost is 1200 rupees including delivery. So it's a very nice chess set that you'll get. Atul Gupta is like, after Nepo wins, Magnus be like, I was joking. You know, yesterday I met Samay, and in his typical humor, he said to me, there's this entire Carlsen is talking about Nepo and all of that. It's just to keep viewers glued to who will finish second, because candidates is already one-sided. So who will finish second and all of that. The moment it is Nepo wins, he will say that no, I am going to play anyway. So, let's see if that is going to happen. It's very hot. That's okay. So Rook G8. I'm a huge Magnus fan, but didn't like his thought of not motivated to play. He's played in Norway chess, Tata Steel. Yes, but I think Sachin, it's a very interesting topic of discussion. This lack of motivation to play. Nepo versus Magnus most likely to happen if today Nepo draws and Nepo is playing. So by the way, very quickly, I just want to check this one that we are seeing here. How many times has that happened before? E4, C5, Knight F3, D6. So it was the Najdorf that Hikaru and Duda played. Bishop E3, E5, Knight F3, Bishop E7, and now he went H3. This is the third most popular move. Surya Ganguly seems to have championed it. He's played 3 games. Then Raunak Sadhwani has played it also. H6, Bishop C4, Bishop E6, Bishop B3. And now he went Knight to C6, Knight H4. Already new position, yeah. Knight H4. So Knight A5 takes on E6 and Knight G6. This is a completely new position that we have on the board already. So Hikaru and Duda, very interesting game here. Let's also check one last game that we've seen now everything, right? Alireza Firuza Ding Lijen. I have a feeling that this game will most likely end in draw. Mainly because even though white is a pawn up, black has very good activity here. Yes, for Ding to finish second, there is a high possibility because, guys, if you see the standings of the tournament, Ding is in joint second position along with Nakamura. So finishing second for Ding is a very high possibility, realistic possibility. The only thing is that today he may not win this game. That's what I have a feeling. I mean, with black being a pawn down here, it's not at all easy. Although you have plans of pushing in the center, the pawns are not going to go anywhere. Let's say I play, yeah, he plays A5. He wants to maybe push A4. He wants to play C5, D4. Amir Memon says, Sagar bhai, can I order chess set from India to Pakistan? Interesting. If you can just drop a mail to us at chessbaseindia@gmail.com. I think we should be able to, or if you can order it from our website directly because we ship it across the world, then it should be possible. Ding versus Nakamura. Yes, Sagar Chess says tomorrow. That will be interesting for the second place. Yeah, they might draw very quickly. That's true. That's possible. But if they are motivated for the second position, that would be exciting. Okay, let's go to the next game that we were looking at. This was between Rajabov and Fabiano Caruana. And what we thought has actually occurred after Queen B4, C5, DC5, Knight C6. Rajabov didn't go and pick this pawn. He went back to D2, B takes C5, Queen D8, Rook F D8, Knight to C3. And now in came the move Knight to D5 in the position. Okay. Krish K says, can you please comment about a few powerful teams of the Olympiad and the likely results? Also, what changes when you play with a team? So I'll make a video on this about the teams which are the strongest and why they are the strongest and what are India's chances there. And when you play in a team, what changes is that sometimes you have to play certain things which are good for your team. Say for example, certain openings you have to be careful not to risk it too much, because if you lose, your team is going to suffer. When you play alone, you can be a little more carefree. That being said, if you lose your game, if your team members win, then your loss will not matter so much. So it has both upsides and downsides. Some people really enjoy playing in team championships. Some people do not like it at all. So it's both ways. Now here knight d5 was the last move played by Fabiano, and I still think that he's in his preparation. It is very difficult to kind of match the level of Caruana's prep. He's just too good. He prepares these things very deeply. I was thinking, let's take here. Okay. And then you will take. And now, what is the move that comes to your mind which is very harmonious for white? What is the move that comes to your mind here? White to play. Guys, a question to all of you. What is one move that comes to your head? It might not be so easy. Okay, Rudra Dhamale. Guys, please don't spam the same messages again. Okay, if you have written something, I have read it. Some of them I can respond. Please don't keep on. Someone says I've sent a mail. Please reply at the earliest. Someone writes chess club in Pune. Okay, I understand. I'm reading, but please don't spam it. And also, because I'm commentating on the candidates, there are certain things which, I'll try my best to respond to everything, but can't do that to all the messages. See, the main thing is that you don't really want to move your rook away from here, because a2 can become a weakness. h4, h5 is interesting idea, and then put the rook from h4. Yeah. Yes, very good. So there are a few players who have got this move, which I was actually looking for here, and that is king to d2. Asim Khan, Chiranjeev Saini, and Narendra Pandey. Very good, guys. King d2. The king is relatively safe here. It's on a dark square, so the bishop can never check it. The knight can also not check it easily. Maybe knight a5, knight c4, but I will have b3. And then I can bring my rook to c1 and then tuck my king back again on e1. If you play rook e8, then I can go rook h e1. I want to go e3, but then I'm a bit afraid of d4, ed4, rook swooping into e2 with the support of the bishop. So rook h e1 looks more natural, and this is the position. Mustafa says, can we not castle because we are one pawn up? Well, Mustafa, the thing is that if you castle and I take here, it's not only that you lost a pawn, it is already a problem that these pawns are very strong, and after knight d4 you are in even bigger trouble, because this is a fork and this is hanging. If you drop your bishop back to d1, already black is in a very, very big advantageous situation. I was thinking what to play here for black, and why is a specific move better, and I was just trying to figure out. Maybe c4, 3, and then rook db8 and attacking here. Actually, there's a very famous game of I think it was Capablanca maybe, and you know what happened in that game. I'm not just the concept. I want to tell you the concept of that was that in such a position, when you have kind of the hanging pawns, these are known as hanging pawns. If you push d4, c4 becomes weak. If you push c4, d4 becomes weak. But even in that position, I think Capablanca or Lasker, whoever it was, pushed c4, and he said that although my d4 square now becomes weak in that position, there is something else that has become weak in white's camp. I have actually immobilized a square. Which square is that? Because of the move c4. Which pawn becomes weak? Yes, Pranjalya Tiwari. Ding Firuja should end in a draw. Yes, Savita chess, very good. B2 weakness. Exactly. Chess for fun. Samarth Patkar. Megha Patra not B3 but actually B2. B2 becomes very weak here, and I am actually fixing that weakness in the position. So going back now after rook to C1 played by Rajabov, Temur has gone for this move. Okay, let's think about how to continue, because and this live board is wrong. One second, let me just make sure we have the right live board here. Yeah, that's good. So here what I was thinking is after rook c1, Capablanca with black against Emmanuel Lasker. So it was Lasker, Capablanca, possibly, yeah, possibly. I have to. So here knight takes c3. If you take with the pawn already, I mean, why did you bring your rook? So you take with the rook, and now you have to be active. Like you have to find active moves here. What would be your very active possibility as black here? Black to move. Come on, guys, think. What would be active? Guys, all those who are watching this, we have a very big match that we have organized between Anish and Vidit on the 26th of July. On 25th of July, you get to play, you also get to play. It's called the Chessbase India Originals. There's also a rapid event, so please check it out. The link is in the description. This is the event, Anish versus Vidit, and also the commentators, the exhibition match, the stage in the boxing ring format. The format is very interesting with blindfold chess and no castle chess and rapid and blitz and bullet and everything. And there's a rapid event on 25th, one day before, and it has a prize money of 50,000 rupees. And those top 10 players who finish in that tournament get to play a simul against Vidit and Anish. So it's a very exciting event, and the link is pinned in the chat. Also, the first link in the description takes you to this page where you can just watch the Vidit Anish match for 499 and the match as well as the rapid tournament for 799. So please do check it out and please do join in. It would be amazing to see you all in Mumbai at the Phoenix Market City for this event. Okay, going back to the game after rook to c3, the move that I was looking for. Let me see what you guys have come up with. Knight d4. Don't like it because after I take, there is pressure down here. Also, guys, what is your idea if I take on c5? But anyway, if I take here, and then rook a3, already putting pressure here and here. So knight d4 is not the best move. The other move is rook d5. No, guys, let's not defend this. We want to counter attack, and I love the move that has been suggested. Rook a b8 by Chirag and Chess for Fun, putting pressure here. If you take here, I take here, and you can't take on c6 because of a checkmate on b1. Notice how the rook controls this over here. And also, if you were to play b3 here, now I have been able to create some more weaknesses, and I can go to b4, attacking the a2 pawn. And guys, joining us all the way from the bedroom. Hello, Amruta Mokal.
No, Sagar, I have come from Pune.
From Pune? But that was after marriage.
8 years ago.
Oh, and by the way, look at Caruana's preparation. He instantly finds rook a b8 move. The question that I asked the chat, Amruta, Caruana is a pawn down, but he has
Benko
excellent.
gambit? Is it Benko?
No, it's not Benko. It was Catalan. And actually it happened this way. Just to update you here,
By the
take
way, hi everyone in the chat.
hi.
मैं हाई नहीं बोलती हूँ तो मुझे ऐसा इंट्रोड्यूस करना. Yes, what's happened?
अतुल गुप्ता says अमृता जी आपको हमारा सादर प्रणाम.
बाप रे, इतना हिंदी. Thank you. Same to you.
So take here bishop a6 and he sacrificed one
Oh.
pawn like this, but then he pushed c5
Quite
sacrificing
unusual, na? This
another
one is,
pawn.
because ऐसा लग रहा था बैंको था, so this is very different.
And now he was giving up a third pawn, queen b6, but then it would be too risky. After queen c8 I have rook b8 trapping the queen.
Yeah.
So he
Nice
went
prep.
queen d2, and then after bc, queen d8, rook d8, knight c3, knight d5, he should have taken here, but instead he went rook c1. And at this point, after rook c1, the move that happened was take. And I was asking the chat, how do you counter attack? Because he's attacking here. So rook b8 was the right move, and that is what Caruana plays. This is all his preparation.
So if white goes b3, you planning knight b4?
Sorry, b3? Yeah, b3, knight b4. Attacking a2.
And if a4?
Maybe
back
knight a2.
With knight d5? You wanna go knight d5?
Yeah, knight d5 looks interesting. Also, Amruta, look at this move. Because now you can't take with the rook.
Wait.
And if you take
let's
here,
ask.
let's ask the chat, what would you do in this position? Black to play. Guys, be sharp.
Beauty.
Be sharp. And CBA, thank you for your super chat.
Yeah,
You wanted to sit this side?
no, it's fine.
Better no?
हाँ नहीं.
You can sit here and sit here.
I'm fine. Stream पे अभी और कितना झगड़ा करेंगे.
झगड़ा कहाँ है? Wow, look at our chat, which is very, very strong and powerful and very quick to find it. Savita Chess, Abhinav CS, Dhruv Gargav, Mrudul Rao, Sayantan Ghosh, Samarth Patkar, Aman Singh, DX, Prashant Tiwari and Preeti Debaje. Check here. Do the king can't go out, the rook controls. If you go in, rook d1 is going to be a mate, so you must take the knight, and then the rook swoops in, again giving a check, and this is a checkmate. So see, this was a very nice suggestion, nice variation that we could see thanks to Amruta. Well done, Amruta.
Yes.
For pointing it out. And yes, you want to show this?
No, it's a final eye.
Okay. Amruta has a very nice trophy designed for the Chess-Based India Originals match.
Abhyudaya designed it.
Abhyudaya has designed it, who is our creative head, and he has come up with this very nice idea of designing the trophy for the winner. There's a lot of little things that we are working on to making this event a beautiful one. So do check this out, the link, and try to be there in Mumbai. Yeah, it was simple. Says not YouTuber. Okay, it was simple for you guys, huh? Let's also quickly check the main and important game of today, which is Nepo versus Richard Rapport.
Oh, yeah. Any chance that Rapport can beat Nepo?
For now, after a3, this was, by the way, Sicilian classical. Maybe you have some idea with this, Amruta, because you have played this with the white pieces.
Yes.
Bishop g5, queen d2, a6, long castle, bishop d7, take, f3. I think you used to not take on c6 so quickly.
There have been some time when I've did that as well. And the idea was, okay, bishop f4, d5. Yeah. This is a very famous line.
No, it's not.
What? Queen e1 line?
Yeah, it's in some other position. Somehow bishop is on c8, not on c6.
Okay, because so, the idea in one of the game what I got was the pattern. I'll tell you, it's very useful.
I know where you would have got.
Black got b5. I went bishop d2 and उसके बाद उसको इधर chance ही नहीं मिला.
Oh.
This is a very different kind of a thing where black का इधर no attack and I could just push my pawns on the king side. It was a very important game, and just one day before Swati Ghate had shown me some ideas, and next day I played and it worked beautifully and I won.
Wow, that is so nice to remember these anecdotes, because then you are able to remember the ideas as well.
So, you know, that was the only National A where one tournament had 18 rounds.
Oh.
That was the last National A. We played 18 rounds. So, if you make a norm there in that 18 rounds, it will be counted as 2 norms.
Oh.
It's almost equal to 2. So, I had to do 2 out of 2 in my last 2 rounds.
And you won one game. And then last
And one
round?
I was winning. I lost.
You lost, okay.
Oh, अभी भी दुख होता है. अभी
Yeah.
तो नॉर्म एक्सपायर भी हो रहा है. अभी ये फ्यूनरल भी करना है. बहुत कुछ है.
No, let's not talk about all those things. Mega says, by the way, Krish K, thank you, says see you soon. Mega Patra says, ma'am, we want more Sicilian lectures from you.
Ah, yes. How you should not lose in Sicilian like me. Now in bullet, I am just losing.
No, Amruta, you are a good Sicilian player, of course.
Yeah.
After queen takes c3, Amruta, Rapport castled here.
So,
And I think black overall is pretty solid in this position, but white should be happy with the outcome of the opening, because he, after all, wants just a draw.
oh, Nepo wants just a draw.
Yeah.
And then it is. My question to you is, so how is the move e5?
E5.
Too committal? I mean, it's not maybe the first.
I like it. E5.
Because I want to go ahead with this.
Sayantan Ghosh, thank you so much for becoming backer of Indian chess. So E5, suppose I go knight D7.
Yeah.
You go bishop D3, perhaps putting the bishop on a good square.
I thought of G4 directly.
You want to attack. And then I go, I was thinking rook C8, putting pressure here.
Queen D2 or queen, yeah, queen D.
Queen D2.
वैसे कुछ हो रहा है क्या डिस्को? हाँ, bishop A4 was there. Anyway, bishop A4 is there. Bishop D3.
Wow, knight C5.
हाँ, trouble. There is trouble on the C file. My king cannot
Also
stay on.
Knight B3 check.
Yeah. So E5 is helping the black knight to transfer quickly.
No, I don't like E5,
Yes.
Amruta. And
Even
also,
I
it's
don't
not
like
in the
it, but I
spirit
wanted
of.
to understand exactly what really happens
Correct.
immediate
It's
on
not
an
in the
immediate level.
spirit of this. I know what Nepo's move is going to be most likely.
So other options are bishop D3, no, takes. G4 is another option I'll consider directly. But king B1, he'll mostly go prophylactically.
Look at this idea, Amruta. Bishop E5.
Bishop E5 ko,
You can't move the knight because G7 hangs. You can't take with the pawn because your queen hangs.
So you want to take on F6 just in case I play bishop
Draw.
F6 queen. Okay, knight E8.
Oof.
I want to fight.
But that you might
There's
even lose, Amruta, this way. Don't play such. I mean, I can go king B1. This is not a good idea. It's just
I
locking up.
know, but in case he wants to fight, I was looking.
But that is not. I mean, you may lose also. Nepo is not like just going to draw. So I was maybe thinking, Amruta, if you go queen E7, threatening to
then
take.
bishop F6.
Take,
Queen F6.
take,
Bishop D5.
take. And I think under no circumstance
White
will
will
Nepo lose such a position. I mean, okay, it's an interesting one with some imbalances, but I don't think, like, even one good idea is rook D4 with the idea of preparing bishop C4. And let's say if you go rook AC8, then I can put my bishop on D3.
No, it is very comfortable.
Very
for
comfortable.
White. No doubt about it. In fact, it's also comfortable for black that way to hold this position by playing well. But white would not generally want a draw. So
But I think bishop E5 is just in the right. It's an active move. It's also exchanging. It's simplifying. And so when Nepo will play it.
Or if Nepo is ambitious, he will go for something which is really... no, he doesn't go for anything rash. Okay, so
You see, Nepo played that move, Amruta, bishop E5. And I think it just felt that like the right move for the right occasion.
Yes.
It's like when you go to the wedding and it's a very festive occasion, you have to have some sweets. You know, it's the right food for the right occasion because you're in a happy mood, you just want to celebrate.
Acha.
Same way for Nepo, draw is enough and bishop e5 just feels right.
Acha. I thought if a person is highly empathetic and if he goes to a wedding, he's gonna feel sad.
Hmm?
Tell me why.
That's a discussion for
No,
some other stream.
No, it's
Some other stream, we'll discuss this.
बोले, दोनों की लाइफ बेचारे खत्म हो गई इतनी अच्छी लाइफ थी कैसे बताओ शादी मत करो.
So, Amruta,
ये क्या है?
sometimes in life,
Yeah.
you feel like going backwards is not a good thing. So, I remember I had a friend who did 3 years of engineering. Okay. What?
हाँ बोलो ना आगे.
And then he said to
Printing
himself,
engineering.
no, not print, normal. And he said to himself that engineering is not something that I like. And then he said I should maybe become a chess coach or a chess, just something in chess. And so he quit and he started something new. And he's now, after 2-3 years, he's successful in what he does because he likes it. Same way, what happened is with this bishop here, in the early on in its life, it went to e3. It was like, okay, I am doing engineering here. But then what happened is after knight c4, the bishop got attacked here, and the bishop could say to itself, no, I'm not going to give myself up. But he goes back, and later he will play b3 and maybe develop from b2.
Change of career.
Yes. Change of career path.
फिर
So rook c8. Now I think he could have gone b3, but instead he goes h4. Very
actually while going backward he again got confused. Should I stick to engineering or should I change the course?
Yeah, very interesting thing written by Soham, who says engineering helps in life, how to handle stress. Still, any pressure is like less than what it was in that 4 years, right? E3 पे engineer, B2 पे chess coach है ऐसा तो something like that. I don't know if he will push here and come out here, but we will see.
But Sagar,
I'm
the
a bit
king on
surprised with h4 move.
no, he wants that knight on g6 fix करना है. The question is this black's king here, very surprising that it's safe, but it is not. It's like that position which is practically way more dangerous for black. Is he anyway planning king d7, king c7?
I think
escape?
it's safe here. No, he'll try to keep it on e7 after. If I take here, he'll take with the king.
No, I mean, can white aim for f4 in the future? Then he can't stay on f7, right? The king can't be on the f file because of f4 ideas.
Possible.
You don't know. This is an interesting position. बहुत सही position है.
Yeah. Okay. So this is very as you said, very complex. Let's go to Ali Reza Firuza versus Ding Lijian. Amruta, what are your thoughts here? Do you think that any side has any realistic chance here? White has an extra pawn, black has activity.
White cannot have any chance. If anything, let me see for black. ये इधर पहुंच भी जाएंगे तो भी ये तो पॉसिबल नहीं है. यहाँ तक आएगा फिर भी कुछ नहीं है. c4 से ओपन फाइल में भी आएगा. नहीं यार, no chance.
Rakshit Singh has said something which I don't agree with. He says, I imagined engineering to be at least 1% of what was shown in Three Idiots, but it's not. Academics is higher than skills in India. And I feel like maybe yes, it could be that in certain colleges and all they don't.
In India, na?
Yes, but I'm saying that the approach of the students can always be like what was shown in Three Idiots. Like you can always be able to have that knowledge, the practical skills, and now maybe you will be able to do something of your own if you have that. And no one really, I think at the end of the day, cares for what you have studied or so. I mean, of course, if you want a job or a very normal kind of a life or a career, then yes, you have to. But if you want to do something of your own, or if you want to, you have certain knowledge which is very,
innovative. You mean if you want to get into
yeah,
innovations,
if
then it doesn't really matter. So at the end, if you want to do a job, it does matter because over there for
well,
engineering,
depends.
the
I think
placements.
at the end of the day, if you have certain good abilities, and if the job you provide value to that job, maybe you get
But also
selected for
your
that as well.
marks will determine the salary, right? In engineering.
I don't know.
Or
There are
like
always,
only the
I mean,
interviews
there
that
are two
people know
ways to
better.
look at it always. One
Huh.
is that, I mean, because we also run a company, that's always like, if you are useful to the organization, then that's one thing. And the other thing is, if you, I mean, having marks is just literally showing that you are intelligent enough to handle certain other things. Like if you have cleared IIT, it means you are good enough for certain problem solving, not exactly those things. And I think that's why they are employed at a higher salary. But at the end of the day, if you can prove that you are capable with some practical skills, I don't think it's the only thing that is needed. But okay,
Yeah, not
anyway,
the only thing.
F4 is on the cards for Ali Reza.
Rakshit says, agreed, you can follow your own path and build your own career, be in the top 1% of your niche, and nobody stops you from getting a great career. But the college or society looks at it differently. That is true.
Well,
That is true.
everyone
So
is just,
it depends on whether innovative something we want to get into, what kind of a field, or whether steady.
yeah, I
But
mean,
even in, of course, even in jobs, it's
so
innovation only
we are
in that
also
sense.
society. What is it? We are also part of society. We can change things. At some point, chess was thought
Risk.
as
It's a part of
something
risk.
that was illegal. Yeah, something like in
Gambling. It's like a
gambling. It was
gambling.
like gambling. Then at some point, chess became a very a sport that was played by only intelligent people. Then it became like a very respected one. Now it has become cool. So it's like, how does society view something keeps changing over time. By the way, beautiful move here played by Ding, because I think if you go g4, his idea is to put his bishop on h4, stopping king g3. Because Amruta, if you're here, you are a little careless.
Yes.
And
This is a very nice idea.
suppose you go here like this, then I go g5, and now even if you try to stop this, I will go king g4, king g3, play h4, play h5, and I think white will be better here in this position.
That's that's a good idea for white. I was looking at black's idea. Can black possibly get Sagar another piece in the game? King d6, king c5, king b4, king c3.
Yes, that is also a very interesting idea for sure. Yeah, possible. But
I mean,
first,
not here. First,
no,
after stopping bishop e7.
yes,
After
you
bishop e7.
have to do this after
Yes.
g4. You have to play this,
And then only.
and then this is definitely an idea on the cards.
Right.
So, but very important now after g4 is to play this one. I think if he doesn't do this, now if g5, okay, your bishop is kind of trapped, but it is also well placed because it doesn't allow king g3, h4, h5. So this plan is flopped here. The bishop is doing a good job, and then you can play with your king this idea and so on.
Okay. But they should play for sure. I mean, play a little bit more.
Yeah, this should be equal. And now let's go to Temur versus Caruana. This happened, Amruta. b3, knight b4, and not a4 because of c4 as we saw. But knight d2 was played. And I think his idea is to, if you take on a2, I want to take on c5. And I think this is one of those positions where at the end of the day, black's activity compensates for his missing pawn. And the main thing is that after I take something like this, I'm still a pawn up as white, but my bishop looks here, my rook is looking here, my king castles, then e2 hangs. So it's not easy to come out.
Yeah. So this is mostly going to end in a draw because Raja will defend well, and then the b3 pawn will be lost in order to defend well.
Yeah.
And then it will be.
Draw,
I mean,
draw.
Unless Caruana misses something, then Raja lands up with a pawn up.
Yes. Kimaya, who's been backer of Indian chess for 11 months, says, how is it going? Kimaya, everything
Oh,
is great.
nice.
Why didn't you come to the torch relay yesterday? It was such a nice gathering of many chess lovers. I am going to put up some pictures. I have put some pictures on Facebook already, but we'll put up more as well. And I hope your studies for the CA exams are going well. Kimaya is trying to become a CA along with a chess player. Okay. Also, Amruta, let's go and quickly check the game between Nepo and Richard Rapport.
क्या हुआ?
Same what we
Oh,
told.
rook d4. अच्छा. No
Man,
chance for
man.
Rapport.
Take, Rook d4. I like this move, Rook d4 so much. You know why?
Yeah.
It's like, when you, let's say this rook wants to breathe. But when you put this bishop on d3, it's like a mask. It can't breathe much. But when you put your rook on d4, like it's come out of the mask, and then the bishop comes here, and then the rook can be so active on the 4th rank. It can go to h4, then the other rook can come to e1.
Yeah.
Very good.
Nice analogy, Sagar. This is like no chance, no? Like Nepo is not even giving the slightest possibility of any counterplay. Can you see any counterplay for black? Any counterplay? Let's say you are black, you need to win in order to qualify for something.
I would say there is an imbalance here, and I like black's position to tell you the truth.
Okay.
Why? Because I want to do f5. I want to play king g7. He's played f5. Yeah, king g7, king f6, and I want to put my rook on g8, and I want to put pressure here. And eventually, or maybe I want to play rook h8 and rook g8. So let's say if white plays poorly, okay, bd3 first. I'll play king g7, and here unfortunately tactic is coming, so I need to be careful there. Guys, anyone can tell me what is the tactic in this position that white can play? Savita says, what happens if rook gets COVID because it has no mask? Karandeep Singh chess set पे cash on delivery नहीं है, because on Chessbase India we have not yet reached this stage of cash on delivery. The point is we do not have that many orders that come to us, and at the end of the day, if a courier is not accepted from our end, then we will it is a very risky thing for us, because then we lose that amount. So I think at some point in future we will introduce cash on delivery, but we haven't reached that stage yet.
Push Singla says the mouth becomes a beak and comes out of the mask. Then the hands turn into wings and the rook flies. काफी रुक के लिए philosophical और emotional हो गया.
By the way, bishop f5 is the correct move here, as recommended by the way, knight c2 is a previous question. Aradhya, Mista, Sanket, Kamal, Jaden, Ansar, Kate, Gaming, Chess for Fun, Urvin, and Megha Patra. So I have to take care of this, Amruta, after bishop d3. But I think I can take care of it by just moving my bishop back to c6.
Right, because you want your rooks to go to g8 and all. Can I go g4? No, bishop f3 gone.
Yeah, bishop g f3 might be risky.
So rook g1 can I go?
Or rook f1.
Because f3 I need to protect, na? King g7 g4. Oops. If g is forced, I can't go anything else. FG. And
so what I mean to say, Amruta,
so this is a fight. It's not like a plain draw. What
I want to say is that there is imbalance. Yes. The imbalance is the pawn structure. The ability to get your king to f6, rook g8, put pressure here, unleash a minority attack with h5, h4 if it comes up. So there are some ideas and black can keep playing. But with a resourceful player like Nepo, it's very difficult because he will try for his queenside majority expanding. He will try for this g4 break at the right time. He will have tactical ideas like bishop f5. So it won't work.
Yeah.
So guys, this game is going to determine who becomes the candidate for the next World Championship match that will take place in 2023 against, well, Magnus, who is the reigning world champion. But if Magnus doesn't agree to play, then, which he has shown his disinterest in playing, if Virusha doesn't qualify or a new generation player doesn't qualify, then the second place also becomes important. And for that, as of now, we have two players who are leading jointly. Here we have we have Nakamura and Ding Liren on joint second position, Amruta. So in this particular case,
It's a competition for the second place.
and I think Nakamura and Ding have to play. I think Ding cannot win today, most likely draw with Alireza, but Nakamura can definitely win against Duda, which would then mean Nakamura gets a realistic shot at finishing second. And then if Magnus says no, it will be Nepo versus Naka. And then Nakamura, who, if he becomes the world champion, that will be a huge thing for his fans who follow him so closely on his live streams on Twitch, YouTube, and so on.
Yeah. But Sagar, I have a question. That Nepomniachtchi, if he is, let's say, a little relaxed, कि अभी almost हो गया है, right? Like that kind of a thing. And many times it has happened, as we have seen, कि you are leading and suddenly you kind of lose the momentum because of this relaxation getting into your mind. Can that be a possibility?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you are relaxed and if you don't take things seriously, you can lose this game. It's not, but I think for Nepo, his mental fortitude has grown much more after his world championship match.
That's one big advantage psychologically also which he got, right? It's
Yeah.
a big thing.
Those knights, Sushant, are basically those players playing. So if Nepo, it's a cross table, right?
Can't.
So, sorry?
मतलब can't play with himself.
Correct. So Nakamura can't play with number 2 because Nakamura is on number 2. Ding can't. And so that's just put out there. So it's just to block. It could be just a black spot, but they put a knight.
Mohan Jalliyahal asks, Sagar, when will the next Olympiad episode with Sarvanand be released? By the way, first episode was awesome.
Yes, thank you. I think tomorrow or day after we will release it. It will be on Vishy Anand and the Olympiad. That is the plan.
Sachin says this proves Sagar's voice is not loud enough. Lol. Nepo relaxing was discussed before she joined. It was already discussed, but you didn't even tell me when I asked you what if Nepo. इतना बड़ा question पूछा. तुमने बोला ही नहीं कि अरे ये
I felt like at that point when the game was starting that Nepo could relax, but now in this position I already have no doubt that Nepo will hold. Because it's relatively easier now with this position.
Right.
If Hikaru becomes world champion, what about his streaming career?
It will grow even further.
Yeah, it will grow like anything.
Crazy.
And also, if you have read that article that was published in El País, which is a Spanish newspaper, in that it was mentioned that Hikaru has earned much more through streaming than any other chess player by playing, even Magnus Carlsen included. And his fortune was somewhere around $50 million. So if 50 million, Amruta, that is like 500 lakh. That is like 5 crore dollars. That is close to that is close to 350 crores, 360 something, So he has right now a fortune of 350 crores, something like that. That's what the newspaper said.
कुछ तो गलत हो रहा है कैलकुलेशन में.
Sachin says that's not true. It is probably at 20 million plus. Okay, maybe reduce it by half. 160 crores.
160 crores.
Yeah. No? RIP maths. Guys, maths में कुछ गलत किया
अभी
क्या मैंने?
आईआईटी वाले जो है जो 99 परसेंटाइल लेके आते हैं मे बी देखेंगे.
अरे बट इसमें क्या है, ये तो
लॉन्ग कैलकुलेशन. क्या ही लॉन्ग कैलकुलेशन किया है चेस बोर्ड के सामने बैठ के वो भी.
because you know Amruta, if you win a world championship match,
हम्म.
you will take home a prize of around 1.5 million dollars, let's say, on a higher side right now. So 1.5 million dollars is around 10 crores, and this guy already has, let's say, 200 crores as his fortune. Then what does 10 crore mean?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a huge amount for a chess player. Yeah?
Yeah.
Huge. So if Magnus wants to start like full-time streaming, he though will go crazy, no?
Inflip says rupee is 78.8. Yeah, dollar has become tremendously strong as compared to the rupee. Sorry, what did you say? If sorry, Magnus has to start streaming, you said.
Yeah, like full-time streaming.
No,
he
no,
though
no.
will
I
become
mean,
like
earning money is not the
for
only thing,
Magnus.
right? At the end of the day. So if Magnus enjoys something,
No, but another thing, the US crowd is very different. And what US is different, right? Overall. So that makes it very different. Anyway, yeah, that's
yeah,
a lot
back to
about
chess. Rook c8, h4 happened. Rook c6 was played, taking control of the d6 square. Queen f3, king f7.
ओ किंग स्टेज ऑन F7.
Yeah.
धड़ाकेबाज है वो बहुत ही राजा है.
हाँ, धड़ाकेबाज. ये कौन सा word है?
धड़ाकेबाज नहीं सुना कभी.
Means brave.
या करेजियस धड़ाकेबाज.
Oh, nice.
हाँ.
Good.
इस गुड वुड ऐसा लग रहा है यूर माय टीचर. अमन सिंह से सीए हो सर, आईआईटी वालों को क्या ढूंढ रहे हो? गुड होना. Oh, Sachin, अरे good. Sachin reminds Sagar, that's a very famous Marathi movie, Dhadakebaz.
I was not aware.
Actually, Ashok Saraf hai, if I'm not wrong. And if I'm not wrong, Sagar, Sohan used to watch this Marathi movie. Ashi
Sohan
Banwa
is
Banwi.
by the way was my roommate for many years when we went to tournaments. So knight d1 is played, Amruta, here.
Yeah. This position somehow is again reminds me of that position where a Ding as black was having his king on e1.
Karthik 234 says Vishy Anand is currently in the candidates venue doing Spanish commentary. Oh.
क्या बात.
I know why, Amruta. Because Vishy is going to play in Leon Masters very soon.
Oh.
He will be.
अच्छा, who are playing?
Gelfand is there. Vishy. I think Nodirbek is there. And one more guy. So it's
Super. Oh, he's going to have no castling, no? Tournament as well.
after that.
After that. Okay. Right.
So knight d1.
हाँ तो सागर आई थिंक ब्लैक का पोजीशन ऐसा दिख रहा है कि इक्वल लग रहा है, बट समहाउ इट शुड बी डिफिकल्ट फील आ रहा है. बट डूडा मे बी प्लान्स टू मूव हिज रुक फ्रॉम g8 and then do artificial castling with king on g8.
But this knight can be very dangerous overall.
What would be a major weakness? e6 point, okay, with queen h3, like that king is the defender there.
But I don't
But
understand this move knight d1. For example,
Yeah.
do you want to go to e3
He wants to go b3, kick the knight away, then go knight e3.
and then go c4?
Maybe not immediately, but
Or does he
Knight
want to go
e3.
c3, knight e3?
No,
that doesn't look good.
b3 wants to go. That is right.
Very rightly. So let's say if I go rook c8, just making sure.
b3.
b3, yeah, that's why you removed your knight back. Let's say he goes back, knight b6.
Knight b6 you want to go. Now here the question is, if I move my queen, are you gonna get c2 be hanging here? So I will have
C4
to play.
or
ठीक है,
knight
चलो
A3?
C4 try. Let's try
Both are
C4.
good
I'm
actually.
stopping D5 also. That's good.
And this looks like a tough position for black, Amruta, to play. Okay, you
I'm
can
not
go
getting
knight d7, knight
d4
c5.
takes knight d5.
No,
That
don't open this
e5
position.
super
Bishop
tough
b2
yet.
and so here I can go bishop a3, knight e3, rook d1. Put pressure here. I think Nakamura would be happy with what he has. I think knight d1, nice move by Hikaru. I understand now that he wants to play b3 and c4.
There is this line Sagar which is bishop e2 आता है and bishop f sorry Kevin engine where there is bishop e2 bishop e3 f4 वगैरह रहता है. Okay, in that line the knight goes to d1 because it wants to go to basically e3 or f2 and g4. That's the plan.
Yeah, here the knight could
Here it's
also
of course very
make
different.
like this trip. How many languages does Rishi know? I think he is very good at English, um,
Tamil,
Tamil,
English,
Spanish, German.
ये 4 तो पता है.
Yeah, these four, and
Like-
Hindi he knows a little bit.
Telugu,
Not sure.
Marathi,
No, I don't think.
Punjabi.
King Pirusha game.
You have to say कि अरे बाकी languages का मुझे पता नहीं है.
Yeah. By the way, Amrita, bishop e7 played here, and Ding Firuzha is not making his move.
59 minutes.
He's just thinking.
Because I think if he goes g4 फिर एक ही plan he has to adopt. Whereas if he goes h4 now with the idea of h5 then going king h3
But
rook
this
g
is a free pawn.
अभी तो पिन है. So king f2 actually. Wow.
Now your plan, huh?
Now h4, let's say. Whoa, we don't care.
Your plan only. Amrita.
King e3, I'll try to stop you. Rook g1. Yuck. But ठीक है.
क्या कर रही हो? ऐसे हाथ
King
जाओगी?
d4 या king b4?
Because if you go here, I can take this pawn.
ठीक है. This is a plain simple bad position. ऐसा कुछ plan हो ही नहीं सकता है. मतलब if I go g4, if I don't go g4, Sagar already is white landing in any trouble. समझो कुछ नहीं किया. Rook d1. Go rook d1. c4.
Go here.
Rook b1, d4.
No, you can take and play bishop here. So maybe I'll start with king c5.
King c5, cd, bishop. Oh, it's so good for white.
No, there's a tactic here.
1 second.
That white to
Arey.
play.
Oh,
What is a good move here? Otherwise, black is doing very well. In Tata Steel, Vacancy 22, Ali Reza refused to play with same remuneration as Magnus because it was too low for 2800. Sagar, do you think this candidate is a humbling experience for him? Do you think that he did not play because it was similar to Magnus? I doubt. Yeah, but yeah, he did not play because the remuneration was not enough for him. But I don't know
No,
if it
but
was
also
comparable to
no,
Magnus.
was it remuneration? Because I think it
Appearance
was.
fee.
No, if there was one more thing, no, there was something controversial which had happened
Yes.
in the earlier.
That was there, and he had mentioned that he should be, I think, financially compensated.
Okay.
So I'm not 100% sure,
Yeah.
but I think at the end of the day, yes, this experience should help Ali Reza overall as a player in many aspects, not just chess wise, but also as to see where he could improve psychologically, what he can do. Because it's not just about this event, right? It's not about these 15 days. It's also about how he approached it in the last 6 months. What were the things he did? How did he build the team? How many things he sort of stayed away from? Many times you sacrifice certain things in your preparation, and then in order for you to make sure that you do well, but then in that sacrifice you feel like a little low many times because you have not um, done certain things which make you happy. It could be streaming, it could be playing online, it could be playing tournaments in general. And so a very important thing is to strike a balance between feeling good and also being well prepared. So perhaps this is all a great learning experience
No,
for
but I
Firuza.
don't understand one thing. Why should Tata Steel be related with this experience? That's a completely different experience with a different choice.
Yes.
And you never know whether it has affected in a positive or a negative way, because who knows, maybe for other tournaments he is getting what he asks for and which he's using for his coaching. So it's very hard to comment without full information as such about it. In what way he's the best judge there.
Yep. So rook
And
takes
also, if he
d5.
would have played this tournament excellent, then could it have been like, oh, Tata Steel's choice was very good? Not really. So I think they are
Yeah,
very
it's all
independent
situational for sure.
experiences.
Nadem, Maya, Aditya, Samil, Ramakrishna, Ajay, Atul, Jay, Atul, Megha, Gaurav, and Mahish. Well done, guys. This is the correct move. Rook takes d5 because after king takes d5, I have bishop c4 winning.
Yeah, it's amazing, na? Such a tactic was coming here all of a sudden, and maybe the only tactical idea for White to kind of get a winning position that way. So
Maybe it was still not winning, but yeah, it was. And
it
you know
has
he
happened.
played g4 and instantly ding goes bishop h4, stopping king g3. Very important. Okay, let's go to the game of Caruana.
Raja made a good statement about Ali Reza. Said he will mature, play less tactically, etc. He will mature, play less tactically. Acha.
Possible.
So, okay. Get it.
In
Rooks.
Hikaru game, Lakshay Malhotra asks Amruta. This looks again equalish, very equalish, to tell you the truth, Amruta.
Yeah, I just think, like, if what is your plan with this king, by the way? Are you looking at short castle?
Unfortunate part is if you short castle, you lose e2. I mean, of course, now the d2 knight is also hanging. And if you don't short castle, what do you do?
Exactly. And so these two are weak. So this is my only, let's say, chance. And it's a big chance, by the way, because it's the king. So is there anything which...
Ah, you mean black can already press.
Yeah.
Looks tough, looks tough. Because in worst case scenario, I mean, white can perhaps even do moves like f3 or f4. King, get his king here somehow.
Yeah, I need one rook on 7th rank.
I also need, I need a very okay, Lakshay's question. Let's go to Hikaru's game
Yeah.
and let's see if what's happening there here. Oh, he's gone knight b6 instantly. This is playing against the c4, b3, c4 idea. So he's saying that now you can't go c4.
Yeah, it's attack. So at least एक move तो waste होगा if you... But what if 93 here? 1 second.
Yeah, 93 looks the best. He played it.
Yeah.
But I was thinking, Amruta, can we go like c3, b3, c4? But it,
one move
yeah,
waste.
it
Nah,
looks
anyway,
slow.
you also want to get the knight to e3 because f2 पे तो it's going to be a long time. So why to say waste a move?
Puru Vasani says, Sagar, I bought the tickets to the event on 26th. Sorry for disturbing you and Amruta ma'am on each of your streams from last 10 days inquiring about the tickets. Ashwath Garg, and thank you Puru for getting it and would be very happy to see you all there. I also know a lot of people are going to travel from outside Mumbai to take part in the tournament on 25th, which is open for all. And then watch the simul, then be a part of the show on 26th, which is the death match. And also there will be other things around it we are planning, and I think the link of the tickets is in the description, first link, and also I've pinned that message. Our aim is to reach around 1,000 tickets that people can buy to show that there is interest for chess. I think we have reached around 190 people since we have launched, and I hope we can make to that number. It's not going to be easy, but we can do it. We can do it. What do you think, guys? Can he not play directly b3 and c4?
C2 is hanging.
This is hanging Gupta Bihari. Ashwat Garg says, Sagar bhai, will you be live streaming during ChessBase India Originals? Yes. We will be live streaming on YouTube, and there will also be, but it will be a different experience if when you are here in person. By the way, will we see Bullet Auntie today? I think people have become fan of your bullet play, and they get to play against you where you play interesting chess.
Where they get to beat me. Right now I'm in my worst form. No, I really like playing with many people, because I played with Chess for One. I played with a lot of subscribers that day. So when they are answering constantly, we are reading the names. So it's interesting. I don't know. It depends on the whole how much time the game goes on and everything. Let's see. I'll try my best.
Rakshit says, travel from outside Mumbai. Wow, my parents laughed at me when I asked them whether I can travel to Mumbai to watch chess. No, it's not just to watch, yeah, you can also play.
There's also prize.
Yeah, there's also
First prize is 10,000 rupees, no?
Yes.
For a rapid
And also to
tournament.
play Anish and Vidit in Simul. I feel like it's a big honor to play both of them in a Simul, and to beat them would be a memory of a lifetime. Which is possible, you know, because they're going to play 20 opponents.
ना अतुल
Okay.
गुप्ता जी, आज अमृता जी, आपको सोसाइटी के किड्स भी आपको आंटी बोलते हैं क्या? मैं किसी से बात ही नहीं करती हूँ.
By the way, knight e3, Amruta,
Hmm.
and knight d7 and c4. I was expecting him to go knight c5 attacking here. Because then how do you defend this? Actually, this is tricky, yeah?
But 1 second. Oh, I have to give you a threat. Eh, blunder. टेस्ट ले रहे हो?
हम्म.
तो क्या कर क्या रहे हो तुम? नहीं
बोल.
दिख रहे तुमको?
नहीं क्या है?
मैंने ब्लंडर किया इसीलिए तुमको मैंने बोला 95 पिन है उधर.
This is not pin, no. There's no pawn here. You thought
वही
the
तो
pawn is.
ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस बोलते हैं उसको.
But I think Amruta, look at this idea. b4,
नाइट C4.
knight e4, and then maybe playing a move like c5,
Oh.
weakening this square. Yeah, could be a very could
नहीं, ये
be.
बहुत टफ है. let me see something
No,
more.
this is what was on his mind, I think.
He played knight H4.
No, it happened like this. c4, he didn't go knight c5, he went knight f8.
Okay. You meant that for knight C5 this was a little scary, coming B4 and C5. नहीं तो obviously ना anybody will go for the E4 pawn. That's
Yeah.
true.
So knight h4 has been played here, and maybe this is Nakamura taking some risks here, Amruta.
Yeah.
So one idea was to actually take here, guys. Take here with the king, and then maybe try for b4 with bishop coming out here. And this looked quite a risk-free position for white. I mean, there's risk always, but this looked like really good. But what he did was, he didn't go there, he went back. And now, Amruta, after g5, let's imagine the knight is kind of trapped, so you must take. And then knight g6, already black with this rook here and the knight coming here and stuff like that. It's getting some play.
So if knight G6 is forced here, I think.
Yeah.
Rook G6. And now without that one knight, that one queen cannot put a lot of pressure on king. And I have to develop. क्या कर रहे हो? चलो.
So maybe this knight h4 is a little too ambitious by Nakamura, and Duda will get his chance now.
Yeah, you're right. It's
But
surprising because this is way more natural 97. Why would he have not gone for that is a big question. Was he not happy with Queen E7 Sagar? With anyway the same idea of continuing, maybe not
but
G5, G6.
let's go B4. I think I'm slightly faster here.
So
G
here suppose,
no
oops,
G5, yeah, not G6.
no, I mean I want to open the file.
But
If I
knight
go
G4,
G,
knight H6, where we
okay, it's a little bit tactical, but suppose I go G5, still
still
knight
knight
G4 is
G4.
coming.
Yeah.
No, so G6. No, so at least let me see G6. What's the problem? Knight G4. Am I like losing a pawn for sure? Yeah, and this also. Fork is also there. So G6, G5 तो है ही नहीं possible.
Yeah.
Ah, that's why Queen E7 doesn't look good. As you showed, King E7 is important. Now for B4 again, can I go G6 or is it the same?
Yeah, possible. But now B5, and I'm
Takes.
faster. Takes.
I don't have a good square.
Bishop B2.
Rook will get trapped.
Yeah, rook C1. I mean, you just too slow.
Yeah. Wow. This is nice. So very surprising, na? Because they are all natural moves.
Yeah.
Very surprising.
We have a question asked by few questions. First, let's go one by one. Karthik 2324 says, "Wow, it looks like so many chess celebrities are currently in Madrid, even apart from the candidates." Yeah, Anish is there, Carlsen is there now. Anand also has joined. Judith is there. So it's very cool what they have got together. Namish says, Sagar bhai, when we will attend the death match in person, how will we understand the positions and stuff which we understand on live stream? So, Namish, what will happen is most likely we will give you some kind of a device which you can plug in your ears and listen to the commentary along with there will be screens put up where you can watch it. So that will be the most likely the solution we will opt for. The other one could be to put the commentary on speakers and make the players play with some sort of headphones so that they can listen to something else while playing. But most likely we'll be making arrangements for headphones. There are some companies which deal with this. Like when you go to the museums, you get that device where you plug it in and then you go inside and you can listen to, oh, this is that, like that. Aditya says, Amruta ma'am, I also want to play but never get the opportunity. And also, who will be 20 players that play GM? They will top 10 spots will be for the finishers of the rapid tournament on 25th against Anish and Vidit, and another 10 spots will be decided by us.
Invitational.
They will be given to different people in order to promote chess, in order to support people who have supported chess, and so on. Yes, Atul Gupta, people could stream via YouTube on their phones. That is true, but we don't want to. We don't want to do that. Let's imagine that at the end of the day, not everyone has a phone, or everyone, like there are young kids who are there, and it's not a complete experience. I feel if we do that, that's what I felt. No.
Yeah, I mean for everyone, yeah, it will be better if they can hear the live without any lag wala commentary. Of course, if in the worst case, if there is, we have to see. That's always it.
Could be the very last option, but we don't want to reach there. Yes, there is increment in game in the match. Okay, Amruta, knight h4, and now we are waiting for Duda to play g5. Also, knight h7 to g5, not to be underestimated, because then the knight sits on a beautiful square attacking, and he plays knight h7. Wow.
Amazing.
Woo!
Arka says, sir, the best thing Sarvanand said was play attacking chess and make it look beautiful. But when I started attacking, I lost around 100 elo. Can you suggest me patterns or openings to attack?
Well,
one thing I think while attacking Sagar, like which Vladimir had told me after looking at my 10, 20, no, some games I had to give maybe 20 games or something, and one weakness of yours, when you're attacking, you're not getting all the pieces. You're not bringing in your pieces, you're forgetting everything.
it's a nice
just,
one.
And then that advice was quite important for some time. Then again, you forget the advice. But
There are various attacking related stuff. One is get all your pieces into the game. The other one is that you should always look at what your opponent's defensive resources are, so that when you are attacking, many times we just think, oh, this is my plan, let me attack. But there are defensive resources which you should navigate. So these are different things which you might, one of the or many of the things you might not be taking care of, and that is not helping you to attack well. So it's about identifying those things and fixing them.
yeah, and also I think if your style was always positional and then you have started playing attacking chess, give it some time. Anything new first goes down on the graph, only then it will come up. So give it a bit of time.
Chess for fun, yeah, sure. I will try to do something on Benoni. Aditya Jain says, how can we see brochure of tournament? It's all there on our website. There's the link of it. I've also made a video before this live stream, so you can check on YouTube as well. So Amruta, Queen E2 has been played here.
So the advantage is completely slipped from Nakamura's.
Yes, because now this pawn is hanging. I feel Nakamura is
Now
going.
this development advantage is
Actually, someone mentioned, I think it was Chess for Fun, who said that today on Hikaru's channel, it is Anna Rudolph and Gotham Chess who are commentating.
Okay.
And I think they were initially the main commentators on Hikaru's channel.
Okay.
And there will be a lot of people who will be watching it. So Hikaru wants to play for the crowd, and I think that looks very weird, this logic, when it comes to other players. Like, they won't think about who's commentating and all. But when it comes to Hikaru, he does think of it very seriously, because streaming and his channel and his Twitch channel, his YouTube channel are really very important for him.
But do you think your choices of making moves like going back knight h4 is not a stream chal raha hai karke मैं खेल रहा हूँ?
Not that way, but just fighting. Like, for example, giving up this pawn. Now maybe he will aim for f4
No,
at the
but
right
he will
time.
make the best move. Na? 97 was the best move.
Yes, I understand, but I mean, it's just the attitude with which he has come to fight.
Yeah, that is possible. That is completely possible, and it's he can understand it more. Even if he wants to stop thinking about that, I don't think it is easy to stop thinking about that, because he's been doing it every single day. So very tough.
What? Streaming.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is that?
I don't know.
It's flying.
Yeah, it's a fly then. What else?
It looked like
Helicopter.
cockroach, but
Yeah,
it was flying also.
What is that?
Oh, look at Ali Reza is. I don't know if Ali Reza is ambitious here, or what is the thing. Maybe if you go King C5, he will play C3. He doesn't. Maybe he wants P4 next.
Chess Punjab says, Sir, I got a 1217 initial rating from Udaipur tournament. Thanks for everything you have provided till now. Wow, that's a FIDE rating you got. Amazing. Congrats. Not YouTuber says, I read full article of death match in CB India. It's great. Sagar by OP.
Thank you. It's a very big team effort. There are a lot of people from Chessbase India who are working hard. Also from Phoenix, who are where the event will be held. Also from other companies. They're still looking out for sponsors and so on. So a lot of people are helping us to make this a reality. Also, after that, we go to the Olympiad. So there are a lot of things that are on the cards, and it can never happen alone. Of course, Samay, Biswa, Vaibhav, Anirban, all of them, Suhani, they so many of them shared the link of this tournament yesterday, so that people can get to know about it. It's all very kind of them.
Chess with AD Adi asks, why do GMs rotate their pawns while thinking? Rotate their pawns.
I think it's just like right now when I'm commentating, many times I'm keep moving my legs, or I'm a little bit fidgety. It's like when you are in a stationary position, you want to keep something that is active. I don't know, it just, you keep moving a piece, you keep moving your legs, you keep kind of playing with your hair. Some players do that, some players just, I don't think you do anything though, huh? You're like this,
Yeah.
but maybe you are thinking in your head about
Thinking, na?
different things, not the chess position, maybe
No,
something else.
no. The problem for me is that I get into time pressure and then I intense focus.
Hmm.
I just know intense. I only think 30 seconds every move generally after a point, which I have to use my opponent's time, my time. That
By
I
the way, Amruta, I like what the position that Rapport has been able to reach with the exchange of one rook. Because with one rook exchanged, he is able to, now the king is a little safer here. But
Oh,
also
I
the,
actually thought two rooks are important, but
I
maybe
like
you are
I
right.
like with
Yeah.
black's position. So if, let's imagine a scenario where f4 is coming up now, where the king will be pushed back. Say for example, I'm just making a random move for black. Let's say rook
G8 or
g8.
H8.
You play f4. I go king f6. You go c4. And now in such a position, I can go h5. If you
Uh-huh.
take, I
Rook
will play
H8.
rook h8 and win this. And let's say you
But
go
even
b4.
if I win this, am I getting like an advantage just to understand because you have these double pawns here, rook h8,
Where will you go? Bishop d2.
bishop d1 maybe, rook h2. Is it a position where you can say it's a good amount of
Yeah, I
advantage?
like bishop e4 can come, rook g2 attacking here.
Got it. So
I
you
think
can't
it's nice.
allow this.
Yes,
Right.
but I won't get it. I just a very dream scenario.
Correct.
And then h4. And now if you take here, I'll go rook g2, attack here and here. And if you don't take, I will take and weaken this pawn. So this is the dream scenario for black. The best he can get. But of course, Nepo won't allow it. The moment you play something like rook g8, f4, king f6, h5 is a threat, he will just block it. Once
Like
you
Ali
do that,
Reza did with bishop. Did
ding
with
did.
bishop.
And now once that is done, and by the way, guys, we are talking about opponent's idea. Always keep an eye. So this was the idea. So you go and block it. Next move, you start c4, b4. So if you think about it this way, c4, b4 is an attacking idea, that you are going for an attack, but you missed your opponent's plan. Your attack will be slower and your opponent's counter attack will be faster. But if you stop this and then go for this, you will be able to attack better.
Amazing.
So attack is not only about going forward, it's also about taking those right steps at the right time.
Yeah, this is nice. So there he'll also play. मतलब सबके इसमें वो स्लाइट वाला चांस तो है ही बारीक बारीक वाला. Rakshit says very smart decision to add blindfold chess. It will attract a lot of audience. Yeah, like which out of all the formats would be the most attractive, guys, for you guys? Karthik says Magnus is at the candidates venue looking at the games.
Nice. I think Magnus, what he will do today, Amrita, I'm thinking that today after Jan wins this tournament, he will speak about whether he will play or
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
Maybe he's mentally made a
Yeah.
decision. What do you
Yeah.
think?
I also think so.
Yeah?
And I also think that he will say I'm not playing.
Acha. I don't think he will say I'm not playing.
So then
It closes his doors.
what weight does it hold when he says that if Ali Reza wins only then I'll play in the World Championship, which was one of
It
the
just
biggest
shows
events.
his displeasure at preparing for 6 months for a world championship match. It just shows that.
So then he can say it's so boring to keep preparing for such a World Championship. They can.
Yeah, he must have used that before already. And then no one heard him. So maybe he sort of escalated it by saying ab khelunga nahi. So everyone is now talking about it.
Take a bet. He won't play.
अच्छा बैट कर रही हो ठीक है let's have a poll here on our channel and I think it's very likely that Nepo will win this because today's position looks really good for him so
And today he won't say
if
anyway. Magnus will say after the tournament is over.
Nepo wins the candidates no but I mean what is the point of the tournament getting over if the winner is decided if Nepo wins the candidates
बाकी
do
लोग तो
you
रेटिंग के लिए
think
खेलेंगे ही. By the way, there are 693 people, I think, live.
Magnus will
300,
play
we'll need 300 votes.
what for
50% तो वोटिंग होना चाहिए ना. Om Prajapati says, Sagar bhai, I was selected as a volunteer for Olympiad, so I will be in Chennai on 26th. I would have loved to attend AG and VD death match. Oh, yeah, but cool, you're going to be there at the Olympiad.
we'll
So
see you
that's
there
nice. And we'll.
now I will put the poll
Aditya Jain asks, if this ends in a draw, then Nepo will be the champion. So does that make other players a little bad? Feel a little bad or their moral down or have their morale down for the last round?
yes no I mean everyone will maybe
No,
finish the game
yeah,
okay there is rating points to be won
yeah.
so everyone will play okay let's
क्या हुआ?
people are I don't know what votes people have given let's quickly check Nepo game because again guys that is the oh by the way one draw has happened as expected the game between Caruana and Rajabov Caruana ended in a draw what happened was that after knight takes a2 rook c2 knight b4 rook c5 rook c8 takes knight c4 acha just exchanged it this way
Very simplistically they drew. That's what I'm saying. I think tomorrow we'll see.
draw and Alireza Firuza's game also
I think
seems
Ding
like
is going to try. Ding is
how
going to try.
how
And
maybe
King
c5
now if King c5 if I go,
c3
you plan c3. So you have stopped my plan. Nice. Now if I go rook d8.
can I go b4
No, rook b8. Maybe I'll stop your b4.
okay I can wait maybe Amruta here or can I go like little active
Wow. You also have a plan. I should not forget. d4. Is it a possibility? King d4.
but who's going to save this
e3.
or let's do
Hey,
this
bg6 is a blunder? No.
let's do this
e3.
e3 key bishop c4
So bg6 was it a blunder?
no wait bishop no I think it would have been equal king f3
King d3. Rook d1 check आएगा.
rook d1 or yeah rook d1
I like rook d1. No, I can't go king d1.
and then rook enters and then pawn falls
So is bg6 a blunder? तीसरी बार पूछा मैंने. बता तो सही. नहीं, not a blunder. ठीक है. Arka says I was all ready to come to Mumbai for CBI, but then my exam date got declared on 28 July. Hope this event becomes successful and happens every year, so I can look forward to come next time.
yes
Only if you pass your exam, by the way.
we'll make sure that it will go well and that you will be able to come again. We want to make sure that it goes well, and as I've said always that if we can set a good bar by doing a good one, we can then have more great players come in and challenge our Indian players. Some matches, like in future we can think of some young talents versus world class players and so on.
Chess School by Adik asks, Hi Sagar bhai, I have a question. I am a 10-year-old. I have a FIDE rating of 1382 and I want to cross 1600 FIDE rating this year. What all practice should I do?
Yeah. I mean, Adik, I would say that instead of keeping an aim of reaching 1600, which could very well be a very um, not a great aim, like maybe you could even reach higher. I would say you can keep an aim which is like, I want to improve my game and I want to play better chess. I think that will really help you to practice better and to always have that good view of things even when you don't perform well in tournaments, if that happens. Rather than saying, oh, I need to reach 1600, and then by November, if you have reached say 1400, then you're like, oh, I can't reach now 1600 by December. So keep a aim that is much more long term, much more like becoming a stronger chess player, in the sense making good moves on the board. I feel that would be better.
Sham Krishnan says, so, shows Sarpar Saint Petersburg 19.
Iodenisi something, no, that player.
The best attacking game played in the history of chess, according to me.
I think it was about some under promotion, right? They from under promotes to a bishop or something. I think once we had seen it.
Acha.
Oh, by the way, Amruta, here's the development that happened in the Nepo game after rook takes d4. What is the answer of the poll? Yes, no, confused.
Yes,
61% thinks yes.
31%. So 61% are with you.
61% people say Magnus will play.
8% people are confused. Guys, those 8%, do you come under time pressure in chess?
I don't like what has happened with Rapport, because now his pawns are all isolated, but he thinks that he has enough resources to hold equality, at least because his bishop is nicely placed. But after c3, I think rook d8, maybe rook f1 with the idea of rook d1 could
Then
be one.
h5.
H5, h4. Yeah, I think rook exchange is not good for white.
For black.
For white.
For black, I thought.
I thought the king is already advanced.
So
like
it's
you
like
can
if you go rook f1, h5, rook d1, rook d1. Yeah, see, for black.
king d1.
h4.
I was thinking like h5 पे इसके लिए problem हुआ.
No, I was thinking because I want a rook on h8 and g3
No,
pawn
I
to
don't want to
pressure.
play h5 because it then becomes a target. So let's say if I wait, just as an example.
Rook d1.
Now if I
saying
take and play f4, I'm able to create a passed pawn.
okay.
This might be better.
But still, for black, okay, this is anyway equal. He can hold. He can hold well.
d1.
He played bd1, so he wants to exchange the bishop and go into a rook endgame.
Exchanging bishop is safer. Right?
Yeah, which is safer. Hey, what about Ali Reza's game?
He went rook
b8 So c3, right? You will play now?
Maybe not necessary. But if you don't do, then king c5.
No, bishop h5 also you have right now. So bishop h5 and c3.
Yeah.
Hey, can I go instead of king c5 d4? Let's say you go bishop h5.
I'll get something to eat.
I'll give. What do you want?
I'll bring.
आलू पराठा है फ्रिज में तो दबाव गर्म करना डाल रहे सब सलाद
I'll be back in 1-2 minutes.
नहीं खा लो आराम से हाँ हाँ okay अच्छा rook b8 he played no he didn't play ठीक है we are seeing if bishop h5 here if black goes d4 that's what we are seeing so d4 bishop g6 खेला suppose trying to attack king e6 is the only way you have to defend that pawn and now you want to go c5 c4 it looks a little bit scary so yeah bishop h5 bishop g6 did not make much sense here What else white can? That's why I think white should play c3. It's a safe move anyway. आज नहीं तो खेलना ही है. Also, this bishop cannot attack, so c3 is safer. And well, if I change the plan and if I go c5 d4, how are you gonna defend it? That's the question.
Oh, this can get risky, huh?
Sachin says is bishop h4 so important for black to stop king g3. Bishop looks like a tall pawn there.
I understand, but it's like this bishop is given the most important task. If he doesn't do it, then imagine that in such a position, bishop has all the freedom in the world. Yeah, but say for example, he does king d6 here. After king g3 or g5, the pawn is going up like this, and suddenly all the freedom will be useless. So it's a very good example of how you are giving someone a very narrow role in an organization,
Very specific.
or a very specific role, and you might think that maybe that's not the best use of his talent, but actually it is, because
because other pieces are free then.
Yes.
These people.
It helps other people to unleash their potential.
Management lesson.
This is very good, yeah. This is chess. This is like
Yes.
a bishop who is a team player who is saying, I will make my life a little bit sad for some time just to ensure that everything goes well in my team.
It's also many times actually a team thing in the sport. Like when there are 5 players, one of the player has to step down for the other player to play. That as well, right, Sagar?
Yeah. Many times that. At least in team sports, it happens a lot.
Yeah. Arka says, I feel after candidates, Magnus will come up and say to all, वो देखो कैमरा आपके साथ प्रैंक हुआ है, मैं तो खेलने वाला हूँ. Samay says, hi everyone, while us love watching on weekends, like the video for more reach. Guys, do like the video. Thank
And
you.
also, guys, we want 55 more subscribers to reach 938k. Let's do it today.
Aditya Jain says, I really want to come to Mumbai, although my home is really far. But the only thing that made my mind to come was a chance to play with the GM. But there will be good players, and I am only 1250, so no chance.
Try तो करो, क्या पता क्या हो.
अतुल गुप्ता से वो बिशप h4 जैसे समय को उसके पेरेंट्स ने प्रिंटिंग इंजीनियरिंग के लिए भेजा था.
No, that doesn't fit in.
That doesn't fit in, but you can laugh. ऐसा वाला.
I think this is the most exciting game of the day. Nakamura versus Dura. Because although Nakamura is a pawn down, his pieces are very nicely positioned. And black has some weird pieces, like the rook on c6 and so on. So, I think white has compensation. a5 played.
It's a very comfortable position, no, now, Sagar.
Black wants to put his knight here.
Yeah, the center. Imagine Sicilian में you don't have this square, you don't have this square, and you are a pawn down. Like, no, it's important. This pawn down भी हो.
I like this bishop. I like this knight. I like at some point f4 will happen.
But coordination is very less. F4 is a good idea. F4 is a good idea. But
Not now,
white
because
king is going to be, yes, white king वैसे भी weak हो जाएगा. It's going to turn into a little rash game, and I think Duda will have more chances.
Duda likes such positions.
Yeah. Sachin says bishop h4 also stops h3, h4 in addition to king g3. Jeremy Silman would be happy or not. Lol. Nice. Sanat says Sagar by chess plus management package.
Yeah, we'll try to. Always we thought we could do something on that. Chess always has great management lessons to teach.
So this position c3 white should play एक बार का, and c5 के बाद I would still kind of think is there any chance to get this pawn d4. Looks scary. क्या खेलेगा white? What's the plan, guys? As white, what will you play? Let's say you make a move. You have to find a good move. One second, let me ask chat. There is something which I want you guys to consider. Let's see if you can find it. क्या हुआ? Nice. Guys, those who are suggesting rook moving to d1, b3 is
Bishop
handy.
c4.
Okay, so actually they are smart. If you take on b, actually you can still take on b3 because
Check.
you have,
No. Check.
this is
You
the-
check. Now where to go with the king? Let's say king.
It's a problem.
No, king h1.
And now how do you save this? You don't need to save this, kya?
Oh, d4 is such a tough move. 1 second. Is it the only move? Oh, it's the only move, Amruta. This was a great move.
Acha, 1 second. C takes d4. What happened?
Take.
Rook d4.
And now
Why are you still winning? Because
let's ask our chat. Guys, black to play.
अरे
कितना टाइम लगा अमृता तुमको?
हाँ ना, आज तो बुलेट नहीं खेलना चाहिए.
The move here that all of you have mentioned is king c5. Well done,
Mr. Adam, chess codes, PJ Chess and Games, Chess Punjab, Jyotinjay Sharma, Sachin Ranade, Yati Agarwal, Vivek, Arindam Bhattacharya and Savite Chess.
Yeah. So
Savite
King
Chess,
C5.
इतना टाइम क्यों लग रहा है?
attacks these two and you will win. So that's the reason why Amruta here rook. Actually, this idea is not so bad if it were not for d4 here. Otherwise, I'll recover this pawn, then this pawn, and so on.
So Rook D1 was a smart suggestion.
It was a decent suggestion.
And G6 for the people who have suggested वो G6 आएगा तब वो pawn
But g6.
अटक ही जाएगा ना, like so.
Yeah, it opens up the bishop
G8,
also.
bishop
Rook
h5 is
G8.
forced. You will lose the pawn. Bishop h5, rook h8. Rook h8 and rook h6.
Actually, rook h8 has no threat.
Hey.
If you take, there is g7.
Arey, that was a nice question. You should have asked.
So maybe not rook h8, but first bring the king closer. Then you can go.
But then I'm scared of b4. Or I should not.
No, because
be,
take and c4 followed by d4. Your pawns are going to be super strong.
Maybe if we try a few moves, Sagar.
Okay.
King e6. b4. ab, cb. c4 खेलना चाह रहे हो तुम. b5. b6. b7.
If you queen, I'll take. You
Okay.
take,
One
and I'll queen.
second. Let's ask the chat. If b8 queen, what should black play?
Rook b8. Arey, obvious है ना?
Arey, they can say cb8 or cb1 also, na? Then you have queen g8.
But I already said it, so.
Oh,
Nepo drew. Nepo won the candidates. Bishop e4, c3, Bishop c2, rook e7, Bishop c2, rook e7, and they drew. Wow! Jan Nepomniachtchi is the winner of the candidates with a score of 8.5 points, and now he drew, so 9 points. Nepo has
Brilliant.
won with 9 points because no one can catch him. Even if Nakamura or Ding Liren win, they will reach only 7.5, and in the last round there will be a gap of 1.5 points. So Nepo is the champion of the tournament, 9 out of 12. And Amruta, if he wins tomorrow, he plays without pressure. He takes on, by the way, tomorrow he takes on Duda. Then he might well have scored the highest number of points at a candidate. That's 10 points or something like that. It's very
Oh, he
difficult.
can do a record, yeah?
Sachin says
Actually,
$500K in pocket. Yeah. $5 lakh, Amruta. That is around 4 crore rupees.
wow, really? मुंबई में एक फ्लैट आ जाएगा नेपो का
So winning the candidates is at least you're able to get a flat. अपना तो कोई hope ही नहीं है.
Nice, nice. पर नासिक में कितने फ्लैट है?
2.
ज्यादा भी आ ही सकते हैं.
Balveer Singh from Canada has sent a super chat, says my first super chat. Thank you for everything, Guruji. Thank you, Balveer Singh, for your super chat.
चेस पंजाब से नेपो भाई आप फीनिक्स सिटी मॉल में एक शॉप खरीद लेंगे.
Breaks for black will decide the. I think there are 2 games left now. So Rajabov Caruana drew and Nepo draw. So now Nakamura Duda and Firuza Dingliren.
Arkav says pawn breaks for black will decide the result of ding match.
हाँ, तो ये हो गया है. Rook b8, c3, c5. Actually, the game of Ding and Alireza has turned into more interesting than we could have imagined.
Yes, yes.
From the opening, क्योंकि opening was that dull, boring 4 knights where they reached a drawn kind of position. But it's actually at the end of the day, Amruta, if both players want to fight, they can spice up any position because both want to fight. I think here Ding also wants to fight. Alireza also.
Always wants to fight. So again, going back to Nakamura's game, his knights are slowly progressing. Knight g4. If you exchange here, takes queen g4.
Now
then
e6 and e4 both are hanging, no? So knight g5. Why not knight c5?
Because the knight is better defender, no, near the king. Anyway, there are not many pieces. इधर क्या करेगा वैसे भी और कुछ?
मतलब कुछ तो गलत है यहाँ पे. There might be some tactical refutation.
Tactical refutation, guys. Whoa. Is it a question or is it something which we can say?
I don't know.
Acha, you also don't know. I also don't know. Chat also doesn't know.
I think the idea comes in to me now. The move that I have been suggesting for such a long time.
Guys, if you had written again, write the moves, please. The idea comes to you now. Yeah, idea looks a little.
Debojyoti Ghoshal, no, Saina is not going to be there. The photo of Saina and Suhani was there because Suhani is being there and she is the co-owner of that team for Chess Super League. Quintessential Queens.
What are you thinking, Sagar?
I told you, the move that I've been suggesting.
That's right, because this guy.
Activate the bishop on b2. And in the chat, right answers given by
Kamal, Vijay, Aradhya Das and Traveling.
Yeah. F4, guys. F4.
Dilbinchon.
Just activate it. Break through. The rook gets active. Beautiful move.
So knight g4. इसके लिए knight g4 तो anyway you don't want to take on g4 activating your opponent's queen. I think
Sorry?
I didn't know if you do this, they can show the move.
Uh,
Nice. Okay. No, I think knight g4 doesn't make sense, na? You are activating your opponent's queen. So that is
no,
not a
that's a
move
bad
also
one.
to consider anyway. What else are the other possibilities is important. Maybe a4 is nice. I like a4. Put more pressure here.
Mhm.
White क्या करने वाला है? Okay, actually white has a threat, huh? Slowly he's
No,
going
f4 for
towards
still knight
f4.
g3 is a powerful.
So maybe
Queen
this.
no, what? Knight f6 could be an idea. Knight f6, knight f6, f4.
But for knight f6, it's
So
false.
let's say you play a4.
Yeah,
I take on f6. You
you
take
take
on
on
f6, f4.
That's giving a great play to Hikaru, huh?
Now
Because
e4.
this is
Let's
also
say you
weak.
keep it close. Bishop f6.
You no, I can't give this bishop,
No, I
Baba.
wanted to win the e4 pawn back.
No, 1 second.
Or knight e7. Let's say we go there. You take with the queen. No,
Acha,
then bishop f6 opens up the king a bit too much.
acha, yeah. So queen e7.
Bishop f6.
Oh, all the time, actually white has to think of giving this bishop kya
To
and
get
going
back,
into a major piece endgame with some weaknesses. Is that
this should be around.
what you want?
Yeah, this should be fine.
Okay, so let's see what he's gonna play. Black's position is very compact, says Usha Patel.
Sort of.
Going to Ali Reza's game. Oh guys, by the way, I had asked a question, we never told her, right? Bishop, oh, it's happened in the game, na? C3, C5. Bishop has to get out of this.
So bishop
Bishop E2.
d5.
Now let's say you don't play that, and for example, you make a, just to show you. If you make a move like this, the problem is C4,
Actually,
and there
d4
is a
looks
pin
like a
there.
good move, Amruta. d4.
हाँ, but इधर अभी ये मर रहा है. What will you do?
Now
Like,
b4.
now if you go b4, then this is just passer, na?
c3, d4.
It is crushing. This pawn and this pawn
Yeah.
storm is crushing.
So bishop b5 I like.
So that's why bishop. You asked d4 also, na? d4 is also possible, not as best as that because of rook d1 and it's possible, Sagar.
Yeah.
But the point is, I can give a sacrifice. I could consider giving a sacrifice because your bishop is still a little bit tied down. And I have this pawn. So still black should be better, I feel. Instead, bishop going to b5 is a very strong move. He played that in the game. And now Ding is thinking here what to do. Wait, so now this plan is gone. What else can he do? What other plans does black have? Not YouTuber says g6 knight is sitting like a hero. Yeah, stopping rook f8 and all. Now d4. Now d4 if you play Shubham. Let's see. C takes d4 mara to c takes d4 and does look good. Can I go rook c1 here or is it too slow? Rook c1. Yeah, maybe it's too slow because the d pawn advances and if I give a check here, king d5, कुछ भी नहीं है, the king will come. So it's only helping you. And after d3,
How did you reach this position? Because I thought rook d1 आ रहा है.
हाँ नहीं अगर सिर्फ सिंपल मार दिया तो अभी rook d1 तो आ ही रहा है but then d3. So retaining this pawns or not is a question. Retaining it is important for white.
No. Now
White
my
is
point
happy
is
with this.
now my point is that how to make progress as black. So if I keep my bishop on c,
let me ask people to find a plan for black. Let me ask. Beautiful guys, come on. मस्त प्लान ढूंढो. मिल गया
प्लान है. You know it.
Kind of. Oops. Yeah, rook I. Sachin says king d5, king d4, king e3, but my pawn is going to stay on c3. Gupta Bihari says offer a draw best plan.
No, this is an interesting idea. Play here, here, and push
What
this.
are the maximum
Oh,
moves here? Oh, look, people have suggested rook takes b5. Guys, that would be a blunder, no?
takes e3, but rook d3 check. If not, then e2, e1 was coming. So actually speaking, I could get an idea like this. Say for example, you play bishop c4, I play king e7,
Yeah.
you play bishop b5, and now can I snap tack e3?
Anyway, not rook d3.
Oh,
Rook
there's
e3
check.
check. So if your king is on c1, c7, does the same plan will work? Then the same plan will work. Not still. Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
because what happens is that in such a position, this is at least
G
a draw.
pawn and B pawn. Oh, wow, this is a draw. He's played d4. But Sagar,
Hmm.
after rook d1, d3, bishop e1, e3, rook e8, bishop e5.
Yeah, there was this
So
idea
king,
of just chopping this off.
it's I think way too complicated, no?
No, because what happens, I feel, is after you put your pawn here,
Hmm.
this bishop is kind of trapped, and I don't see how black can. Okay, maybe bishop e1 and then moving the bishop out. Yeah, it looks interesting. d4 has come on the board. This game is actually
No,
heating up.
so the question was, what, can you find an interesting plan here? And this is what we are discussing, rook d1, d3. What one idea is, let's say if you go bishop c4, king goes back to e7. Now what are you planning to play?
Bishop b5.
Suppose you do nothing, let's say. Firstly, I also have rook d8 right now. I'm not sure. No, d2 could be a bad idea. You do nothing here. You go this. King f8. You go this. King g7. You go this. King g6. You go this. Ah. Actually, I thought that in the
Now
plan this
e3.
was also one of the ideas.
Now
But
e3,
doesn't
Amruta.
seem.
E3.
Now e3 aren't you? If rook d3, bishop d3, e2, e1
No,
wins.
what are you saying? Rook
What?
d3, rook d3, bishop d3, e2, bishop takes e2.
Oops, sorry.
Rook d3, now,
E2. Now
one
e2
minute,
then.
1 minute. e2.
Yeah, now e2, rook e3, e1 queen. Yeah, this is unstoppable. Take, go, take. So king is not on the last rank, which is important. If rook d3 nahi mara, if bishop d3 mara idhar, suppose.
Rook d3.
Again rook d3, oops.
e2.
Rook d6 check.
King h. Not king h5, rook h6 mate. King f7.
King f7 and now rook f6 check.
King g7.
Yeah, king g7, this wins. You cannot again stop this. So d3 is a great idea. Why the same thing was not happening with the king on g7? Or can you anyway play? Yeah, you can anyway go e3. It's possible. Why the same idea is not? King on f8 पे नहीं हो सकता क्योंकि ये check है. एंड किंग ऑन e7 पे नहीं हो सकता क्योंकि ये चेक आता है रूक d3 मार के बाद में जब पॉन e2 पे है तो. सो दैट्स व्हाई यू नीड द किंग ऑन द g5. हो गया ना प्लान. तो बिशप d3 मारना इज फोर्स्ड. ही हैज टू डू दैट. नहीं.
Yep.
आफ्टर रूक d8 बिशप e1 इज देयर. e3 bishop f3 is bad. Phoenix. We have a few questions from people. Rook g8, knight g5, rook g5, taking two pawns and making pass. Bishop g5.
Yeah, 500k euros is the prize pool. Sorry, huh? So Nepo doesn't get
So
four.
all the people, all 8 of them can buy one flat in Mumbai.
No,
Shared flat. 4 crores.
FIDE can give them.
Anamika Das Chaudhary says today beat my 2400 leeches rated coach. Shabash. Rook b5 followed by bishop e1 ऐसे सजेशन था अमूल का आराध्य का rook b5 and then c4 काफी इंटरेस्टिंग है but guys do you find such a position interesting to plan to strategize and at the right places it is also about precise calculation.
Oh, one pair of knights exchanged Amruta in Hikaru game BD8. Now Hikaru goes rook d2.
Oh, YouTube is Atul Gupta is showing ads in the middle of the live stream.
No, I don't think.
Maybe
I
you
think
had gone to
it was a
somewhere.
glitch from our end, maybe. Rook d2.
Huh.
But why rook d2, Amruta? Why not f4?
Wow, rook d2 he played. That's amazing.
Hmm?
No, because I had seen it's like the best idea, and I thought it's a very difficult move to play. F4. He would not like something about it. What was that? Maybe rook takes. In this whole calculation, is it forced that you need to give your bishop? So he doesn't want to simplify. That goes into the major piece endgame, and he's not happy with that. Oh, अभी तो bishop d8 भी खेला है, so it's not even going in major piece.
Yeah.
That knight versus bishop is going to stay.
So
I think he
rook
likes that
d2.
bishop on b2, and he wants to keep those chances.
Now knight d7 played. And also, Amruta, his idea could be rook here and then bishop a3 hitting here. That is one
Yeah.
possibility.
नहीं कुछ भी हो सकता है ये गेम में मतलब it's very unclear. It's about some one or two moves here and there. The advantage can keep shifting also. Plans are not very clear. Weaknesses are very unusual here. Place because of the placement of that rook on c6, especially that changes the
I think
whole
Nakamura
thing.
has made a mistake here. He missed bishop g5. And now what has happened is he had to
Oh,
actually start with bishop a3. The reason was that if opponent goes bishop g5, he can go rook d3. And if the knight comes here, he can chop it off with his bishop. But because he played rook d1, bishop g5 instantly played by Duda.
अच्छा
Now if you go rook d3,
yeah
I will get,
knight c5
but then rook
no
g3 is there.
yeah my rook is nice no on g3 so
Oh,
what is
so
one second
Amruta,
let me guess
the point is, okay, rook d3, find the best move for black here, guys. Black to play. He's played rook d3. I think he's missed the next move.
नाकामुरा ने मिस किया तो
Because bishop a3 was
टप्पू
not
रहेगा.
stopping knight c5. My mistake. It was stopping this move, which black can play. Magnus Carlsen, Norway wale, thank you for your super chat. Says I'll only play World Championship if Stockfish qualifies.
Oh my goodness. Generally, Amruta sees a wrong move and says, oh my goodness, and then realizes it's a blunder.
No, it's not easy. What's your move? D5. Same concept. Same concept here. But then here you lose this pawn.
Acha, you're attacking.
So you want rook c2. But
Whoa!
And so the move is
B5.
B5.
Nice.
And B5 is the answer given by Mirza, Mahish, Raj, Shaunak, Basil, and Abhay. There's also another
D5
move that
we
is
can
suggested e4,
but e4 you don't you just lose the pawn.
then knight c5 fork.
Oops.
So the point is
Queen
not
d4 आएगा.
here.
E5.
No, the queen is
Queen d4 with the
defending.
idea, queen is supporting.
So here, after this, rook g3 and white is still fighting. But what is the nice move here is b5, and actually Duda has found it. Great play by Duda. Great play. He's put Hikaru in almost a terrible bind now, because Hikaru is not only a pawn down, he's also now getting under pressure.
Correct. And this was as exactly just 2 moves ago, as I said, yeah. It is 2 to 3 moves. कुछ भी ये turn around हो सकता है. Your bishop g5, the way the whole thing has happened unusually. इसके लिए you can miss such patterns. I like this game also. Sachin says yes, very interesting position in Ali Reza game. Creative. AD block plus for the win.
No. So guys, b5 here, after cb, rook c2 attacks here and here. So what happened is that when I was saying bishop a3 here had to be played instead of rook d1, then after bishop g5, rook d3, now b5 makes no sense, because after cb5, rook c2, the bishop is no longer here. That was the main problem. So with b5,
Chess with Shankadeep says, I'm Leech's 2500 in bullet. Come, Amruta. I'm to play. Okay, you can challenge me today whenever I play. This is interesting. I'm quickly going to Firuza's game. Sagar, we are at Firuza's game. By the way, can you speak English in accent?
why?
Like, do you know how to speak English in accent?
Yeah.
Can you try? Can you try? Like Sagar by Dawn?
Yeah.
Like the opposite. The competitor of Sagar by Dawn.
Yeah, I can.
So try na, then I can.
So d4 was played, and because of d4 being played here, what has happened is that black's pawns are just coming down the board, and the pawns are just coming down like this. The bishop is actually controlling this diagonal. The problem is that if you take, the king would enter from here. So ideally, you shouldn't take. You should just put your rook here. But when you put your rook here, guys, also have a look. Alireza Firuza is just 11 minutes on his clock.
No, Sagar, it's...
Well, accents are of different types, Amruta. Why do you want me to just speak in
Look,
one
why
accent?
do you is just in plain simple. So try to remember the tips we had received from Frederick. He said if it is take, yeah, what we say is take, but what you should do is so he takes on c3, that kind. It's like if you have to remember something, you don't say the r. And they always used to laugh when I would end a sentence with t, like that's it. And this happens, and then they would laugh.
I'll just get some. Please continue.
No. So the tip was very nice that you ended with that phonetics. Okay, guys, in case you want to improve your accent, I can tell you how to improve, though I don't have that accent. Sagar wanted a reason to, go out for a walk right now, which I'm very happy. I mean, if this is how it's going to work, then every time he should be getting up, I would do that. Oh, funny. ठीक है. So guys, d4 has been played here, and he's thinking right now. We were analyzing rook d1, d3, and the way to continue would be for white. Sorry, I can't do it. I cannot do it. The way to continue would be bishop d3. That will definitely take this game into complications, because even if the computer says this is equal, at the end of it white is a piece down, and for white to go wrong is highly possible. Of course black cannot lose this, but if I have to tell you, there are 3 out of the 3 best moves of engine, already only 2 work, which is a very narrow thing in this position. So for white it's very difficult to play, and he has played d3. We have to see whether Alireza will take the pawn or not. It's not so difficult to find this plan, going back with the king and going for rook d8 and e3 ideas, let's say. Oh, one more thing which, oh, he does play bishop d3. He doesn't take too much time at all. In fact, he is down to 8 minutes. How many moves have been played? 6 more moves to be played. E takes e d3, rook d3. He's not yet played king e6, but he would do that. Shashank says, for your information, we always speak with an accent. Nice. Yeah, I think in being in a foreign country, it becomes like an important thing. And I know many of my friends who had to travel to US and other places. There's this class, right, which you have to attend for this accent, I think. I don't know if it is a compulsory thing, but I really like it. It's nice. Welcome back, Sagar. So, did you practice on your accent right now? Indu Mati said, so pity of Sagar. बहुत दया आई है सागर पे. Pranjalya Tiwari says, time to invite GM Daniel King. Okay, Sagar, this has happened. This d3, bishop d3, e d3, rook d3 has happened. Ding is a piece up.
Yeah.
And Alireza needs to play accurately. According to you, what are the
C4.
chances that this game is going to end in a draw, or will Ding win?
Yeah, I think Alireza has no chance to win because first of all b3 pawn is hanging, so he must go c4. So once these pawns, this block is kind of tied down, so now play shifts on this side. Then the question remains if the rook can penetrate inside. If the rook has to come in, then white's rook can come here and start attacking this side. So it's not going to be simple.
If I get bishop e1 and I can't go bishop c3. मतलब bishop e1 पे जाके bishop b4, bishop a3, that bishop doesn't even have a good way to come into the game very quickly, right? It's a long journey. Wow, but I am not sure. He played c4. Alireza did play c4.
Yeah. So now I think the game is far from over, Amruta. First, the question is, can we activate this bishop from... we can't go here because there is rook e3. So I want to remove my king away from here. But where? I was thinking if we can go here. Also, I was thinking, can we make a waiting move? Because then if white also can wait actually with king f. I want to go bishop e1, but right now rook e3 check is there. So rook b7, king f1, just stopping this square, because then this bishop can never activate.
Yeah.
So in a way you are piece up, but your bishop is trapped.
No, but tell me something. If I go rook d7, so rook endgame is gone, no? Anyway, it's a draw. Rook d7,
No, it's
king
not draw.
d7.
It's not draw.
Suppose I take. The king. Oh, it's winning.
Yeah, black is winning now because
now bishop g3 is the threat, and if I go king g2, you will go bishop.
Or I can go king e2.
Bishop g3 I can play.
King
or king
e6
first.
King f3.
Bishop e1.
King f7. So
The route is king g6, king h5, bishop e1,
Bishop
bishop
c3,
c3, and king h4.
and then come in.
Get
So the
it?
king comes like this, bishop comes there, stops the pawn from this side, and the king starts to enter.
Okay. So you
So
can't
he
go
goes
into.
king f7. I think king f7 allows rook d5. And Alireza will play it. Because now
No,
even if
why not rook d7 check, king g6, rook d6 check? You cannot go king h5. It's a perpetual, no?
he can even do that. But this also looks clean, like here. And now check first. Now you have to go here somewhere. I don't know where. King g7. Now I take here. And this pawn will also... Okay, maybe he will go bishop e1. But I already feel like with these pawns, it's already
Yeah, actually,
dangerous.
white can also press. Interesting.
So rook d5 is, I think, a draw now.
Jake Blue says that he can give away 5 free tickets to Chessbiz India Originals. But how, Jake? That's a very nice gesture.
Who?
Jake Blue.
Ah.
I think people missed the chat though. Maybe even I. Shashank says, no, I didn't mean that way. I mean, even when we naturally speak, it's an accent. What you're meaning is speaking with an unnatural accent or, yeah, fake accent. Correct. Samay Sachdev says there is no accent class, Amruta ji. That would be little offensive as per US standards. No, I don't think so. See, Sagar, in USA universities, accent modification is not a compulsory course, but you can take it. I would rather let it happen natural, Sachin says. So, you'll have to take a class for accent if you need to.
By the way, Amruta,
Hmm.
bishop g5, I'm not very interested in that. So rook d3,
Finally, I'll tell you one last.
b5, and now after cb, we have rook c2. So he goes bishop a3. He's putting pressure here, and he's saying if you take here, then I will take here. So actually, for Duda, he must find the move b4.
Which is a most natural, so he'll find.
And then when you go back,
And then can I go d5? No,
now
same idea.
e4 can be possible. Knight c5 is possible. a4 is possible. Lot of possibilities. Your pawn up also. So I think Duda today will have great chances of converting this.
Correct.
नॉर्वे वाले मैग्नस कार्लसन जी कह रहे हैं सागर एक्सेंट मोर एंटरटेनिंग देन दीज गेम्स.
Sachin says, how is Nikhilesh's health now? I made a cameo on his stream during Norway chess. I'm gonna do that again soon. Nice.
No, he's doing well, and he's planning for his trip to Spain now that he's going along with Angela. And Amruta, rook d5 happened, and he went king g6. He protected his
3
f5.
minutes hai, huh? 3 minutes.
He
3
protected
moves.
his f5 pawn. Why don't we give a check now and then come back? But then he might improve his position so that f5 doesn't fall with a check. So if you do this, now I take here, but it doesn't matter. This will anyway fall, because if you go here, I give check. If you go back, I'll go here. Rook cannot defend it, so
Nice. Yeah,
draw.
it's a draw.
Anamika Das Chaudhary says, today I beat my coach in Rapid, who is 2400 rated in Rapid chess in Lee chess. That's so cool.
ये मैंने पढ़ा था, तुम्हारा ध्यान किधर था?
अच्छा, sorry. मैं analysis में था पूरा.
Not YouTuber says I have to go for 1 hour. I hope Amruta Di will not start bullet chess before that. अरे what is इतना अच्छा एंड चल रहा है वो देखो. Not YouTuber.
No, Dharmik, there is nothing ridiculous in this because that was World Championship. This is candidate. So even when you lose the World Championship, you get more than when you win the candidates. That's normal. I think World Championship is a bigger event. Yeah, Jai Pardeshi, I think that account of Ding Liren is not the real one on Instagram. That's what I think. Chess for fun, I think not dry. These two games are very interesting. These two games are very interesting. Yes, I think for everyone, couple of things, couple of um, updates. First update is that Nepo won the candidates already. Second update is that the pinned message here in the chat is the link to Chessbase India Originals tickets for Vidit versus Anish deathmatch. You can check it out, and would be very cool if you guys would like to visit, play the tournament. There's also a tournament on the previous day. Third news is that India got a extra team at the Olympiad, India C, which consists of Surya Ganguly, Karthikeyan Murli, Abhijit Gupta, Abhimanyu Puranik, and whom am I missing? Murli, Abhijit Gupta. Oh man, one, and Seturaman, of course, Seturaman. So that is our team for the C group, with the captain being Tejas Bakre. So we now have 25 players from India playing the Olympiad instead of 10. So that in itself is a very good return from the investment that India has made into this Olympiad, which is close to 75 crores. It's a lot of money, but at the end of the day, you get more of your players to play. And the women's team until now has not been decided whether the C team will be there, but there are chances of it happening. Atul Gupta, there are no finals in the Olympiad. It is always Swiss League. Swiss League matlab all teams will play all matches, and in the end, the team which scores the most number of points wins. So there is no semi-final, quarter-final, and that concept here. 40 moves have been completed now, guys. And after rook takes c5, rook b3, check has happened, king g7. I think he will come back here. What is the way in which Ding can continue playing for a win here? So rook c5. Let's say you go here. I go h2. You go rook c3. I go rook a5. You go here. I go here. Draw. This is just a draw. So Sagar Abad says, yes, you can come on 25th July, Sagar, but we have not kept a ticket whereby you can only play the tournament. The show is the main thing. So the tournament, if you want to play, you have to get the show ticket as well. Chess Code says any updates on tickets for Olympiad. Chess Codes, unfortunately, there has been no updates from the event organizers, and I think they are just taking care of the COVID protocol there. That seems to be the reason. No, it's not a federated event, Bino. It's just a rapid event. What if black blunders with king h5? I don't think with 1 hour on the clock he'll blunder. But I think a draw is being agreed to by the players here. They have checked already twice, and I think I see no reason for Firuza to continue. So we will see a draw here in this game. Let's go to Hikaru. I think somehow Duda is taking a lot of time for this move. What else would he be thinking of here? If not for b4, what else would be on his mind? Because that seems like the only move in the position. Maybe he's thinking of d5 already. But d5, cd, rook c2, Queen can move, but where? Queen f3. I think he's calculating this position deeply. Something here. For example, e4, queen e4, knight f6. And then later on he wants to take here on d5. But there is d6. Crazy complication. I think he will calculate all of this, Duda, after d5. That must be his thought. And then he will play b4. What if some GM buys tournament ticket? Shikhar. Yes, yes, possible. I feel like in a tandem simul, if Anish and Vidit both are playing with the white pieces, they will have white pieces in all games. And if some strong opponents will play, some decently strong, it will be a big fight. It will not be an easy simul. It's not an exhibition simul. It is a very serious one. There are always two kinds of simuls. One is exhibition, where players just play for, like, to show that what is capable of and so on. But there are also serious simuls, like Kasparov took on the entire German team once. Or you will have uh, some, right now recently we saw G Akash, who is a grandmaster in India, take on all the state champions of Kerala. So these are real serious simuls where the score can go really in bad way for the people who give a simul. So this can be possible. Yeah, the Ding drew. Yeah, Ding and Firuzha drew. Okay. Actually, with this results, I feel if Nakamura lose, oh, he played d5. Crazy. He played d5. Was thinking he will go b4 only, but he played d5. That is just very very surprising for he's just made the position just to completely spin out of control, because on one hand was b4, which was kind of a simple way to advantage. There are, I mean, even if you don't do anything here, let's say even if I put my knight on c5, this should be fine, advantage to black. But d5 is somehow such a Duda move. Such a Duda move. What is Duda move? Well, the Duda move is basically something that creates such complications that it is very difficult to calculate all the possibilities. It's just impossible. By the way, guys, we are very close to hitting 938,000 subscribers. We are just 26 away. So if anyone has not subscribed, please do think about it. And also please do like the stream. Maybe with the candidates coming to an end, we will reach 938K. Nishant Agarwal, yes, we will try to stream. Gupta Bihari will do the next chess classic soon. Asim says, what's the scene of coming second? Is Naka confirmed? No, no. In fact, Ding is right now on 7. He's the sole second position. If Nakamura loses today, this game, then Ding will be sole second. If Naka wins, he will be the sole second with 7.5. Ding is on 7. And if it's a draw, then Naka and Ding will join each other. And tomorrow is Ding Naka. So actually it's the battle for second spot. So takes. Now I see. Okay, you can't take here, I think, because of rook d5, or oh yes, you. Oh, okay. One second, guys. What about b4 here? Because then the rook hangs, correct? So rook c2 was played. So his plan is to b4 trap this bishop. Okay, 1 second. What if I would have taken here? You would have taken rook d5, knight f6, and then put the bishop anyway before moving the rook, so that this b4 doesn't trap this. Okay, so rook c2 makes a lot of sense. Rook c2 का idea है the queen is attacked. If the queen moves, b4 will trap the bishop, because bishop c1 is already controlled thrice and b2 is already controlled once. Okay, so when we were looking at what is a great move for white here, guys? This is one move, queen f3. What is the other opportunity here for white? Come on, guys, can you think of it? White to play. Yes, Sagar Abad, I think that should be doable. That should be doable. But it will, I mean, one name only can be given, so maybe I'm not sure about it. You can't play rook d2 because of bishop d2. The move that d6, very good. This is interesting. And bishop d6, because if bishop d6, you take on e2, I take on c7. If you take the bishop, I take your rook. That was the key point. So the move d6, very interesting. Manoj, Harsh, Samil, Arnav, Sanket, Sakib, Vibhor, Aradhya, Tejas, Mafas. And bishop d6, Indu, Sugriv, Vibhor, Amaya, Karthik, Drone, just for fun, Karan, Abhishek and Mahish. So actually this move has given Hikaru so many options. First d6 pawn push. I think d6, queen c6 is still very sharp, because what do you do? Knight e5. Because if you take on e2, I take on c6. It's very complicated. I think humanly it's very difficult to calculate this, but this seems interesting because you can't keep in touch with this bishop and this rook both. Oh, he played bishop d6. He played it. Nakamura finds this tricky move amazing. The game is getting exciting for sure. Karthik234 says Nepo got standing ovation. He was a bit emotional at the end. The clip posted by FIDE. Nice. Nice. Bishop d6. Can we take on e2? Okay, one thing is if we move the queen, but where? Say queen c8. Now I can just move my queen away. Now I no longer have the fear of the bishop getting trapped. So this I don't think. I think Duda may have missed this. Could be possible that he has missed this. So if queen d6 here, then queen c2 is just lost. So bd6, I think rook e2 will happen now. Bishop c7. And now what should black do? I think Duda might have calculated something here. Maybe he calculated ed, rook d5. Knight f6. What is this?
I mixed a lot of things to make a good kara. And green tea.
Amruta, somehow bishop d6 turned out to be a mistake. I mean, sorry, rook d5, because
Why?
it was going all one-way traffic for Duda with b4 here.
Ah, so?
But somehow he, instead of playing b4, he went d5. What we were analyzing.
So then.
And then rook c2, I think he missed this bishop d6 move.
Wow, what an
Because if
intermission.
takes, you take this.
And if queen c8, then what happens? Right now, queen c8. Queen c8.
Queen c8, now move the queen like queen e1.
So what's the difference if the bishop stays on a3 and he goes queen e1 directly? यहाँ पे, suppose.
So when he goes queen e1 here, then b4 traps the bishop, because here there's no space, here there's no space.
Acha, the bishop is free now. Got it. Yeah. So, but what were you showing here? You showed d5, right? One of the idea.
Yeah.
No, you first showed b4, Sagar.
Yeah.
And then d5.
No, b4, bishop b2, and just
b4, bishop b2, and then you
knight
should.
c5 or knight f6.
Even those ideas are also there. Even what if d5 here? Then this is hanging. Got it. Oh, so bishop d6 is highly possible to miss, na? Because it's an intermezzo.
Nishant says, does Rajabov still have chance for second place? Yes. Rajabov is on 6.5. Ting is on 7. So if Rajabov, his last round opponent is now Rapport tomorrow. If he beats Rapport, he has good chance of finishing second.
And anything interesting in Ali Reza's game?
Draw.
Finished. Oh, they gave a perpetual.
Check.
So abhi
Duda, judging from the time he's taking on this move, he was having 16 minutes. It seems like he missed this blow.
Yeah, 12 minutes. 5 moves, na? They have to make right now. Just for fun says, like if you feel na ki I'm trapping bishop, so what are his moves to save? And bishop d6 comes first to even my mind. He has something calculated, I think.
No, so the thing is that it is easier for Nakamura to find bd6 than for Duda to find bd6 when he was calculating d5 here.
Why?
Because take here, when you attack the queen, you generally forget about a counter attack. You are always like, he can go here, and you have to calculate so many different moves with the queen that you sometimes forget this other intermediate move.
Got it. So only one game is going on, and which is Nakamura versus Duda. What is your prediction, Sagar?
Yeah, very tough to say actually. This is wild, and also 5 more moves until time pressure. I think then we can say clearly. But for now, it seems like the game is turning in Nakamura's favor. At least the last move. I mean, Duda will be upset with himself. So he can, I think, equalize after taking the queen, ed, rook d5. attacking the rook and b5, knight f6, and rook takes b5. Now a5 is also hanging. So let's say if I take rook takes a2, rook takes e5, and rook takes e5, bishop takes e5, knight h5. Something like this could happen when white is a pawn up and pressing, I feel, a bit. Not a pawn up,
Why?
actually it's equal pawns.
Exactly. How is the pressing?
It can press
Only because of the king weakness and this bishop.
some press.
देखते but time press last two moves में 39 and 40th move में usually mistakes can happen, so we have to see. Mafaz Saroj says Hikaru versus Magnus World Championship match would have been the best thing ever in the chess world after Fischer versus Pascal. अभी भी हो सकता है. If Nepo says I don't want to play now, I'm not playing even if Magnus plays.
No, Nepo will never do that. I think for Nepo it's clear, yeah, he wants to become the world champion. So rook takes e2 happened, bishop takes c7 has happened. We have 4 more moves until time trouble.
Why not exchange e5?
Phoenix Asimov says rook a5, rook a5. There, no, in this line. ed, rook d5, knight f6, rook b5, rook a2, rook a5, rook a5, bishop a5. You have a passer here, knight h5. This can get risky, I feel, for white.
Here, for white?
For black, but for this knight is kind of trapped for now. So bishop e3.
Rook e6 को knight e5 is happening. Bishop f6 को is there any? नहीं. Rook e6 knight e5 bishop f6 I'm thinking एक कोई pin है क्या? फिर g4 आ रहा है. यहाँ पे साइड में. Rook e6.
Rook e6, knight e5.
Bishop f6. Rook e1. Yeah, the rook d5 is better, of course. No, rook d5 is a blunder. Yes. So rook e1 को भी knight f4.
Yeah.
No, then you can. अच्छा दोनों pin है. Both the pins doesn't work.
अभी Dingler and second आने का chances are very bright.
Oh,
but if Hikaru draws this, then I think tomorrow Ding versus Hikaru will be the highlight.
So actually tomorrow this game will be important, yeah? Nakamura versus Ding.
Tomorrow is Nepo versus Duda. I think that's not very interesting, but
actually there is a clear cut like a song on Ding's name in Bollywood. Isn't that funny?
What?
There's this song. You don't know the song? Come on. Ding के नाम पे गाना नहीं पता तुम्हें?
Ding 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 ding.
वो ding 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 नहीं है.
तो 1 2 3.
Ding dong ding ding dong ding dong.
हाँ तो कौन सा? But which song are you singing?
This song.
Knight c5.
नहीं? It's amazing.
What's the? I mean.
Because Ding is such a not a name in India, no. तो वो नाम पे गाना है, isn't it amazing?
It's not because of the name. It's just the sound. It's also like when the bell rings, we say ding dong, like something like that. So it's just the sound.
No, we say ting tong.
Okay, Amruta, yes. Let's not discuss. Knight to d3.
Maybe you need a break then.
Me?
Yeah.
Why?
You seem very tired right now. Look, Mafaz Saroj says, Amruta, we get your humor. Matlab, you would be. Abhinav Gupta says, Russian water is working. Okay, I'm gonna focus on the game. I'm gonna show you there's no Russian water here. How is D5 here? Aditya asks. Kabhi par. D. How is D6 here? Okay, sorry. Knight C5. Either D6. So basically for knight D3, D7 खेलना है? By any chance you wanna go
How is
D7?
this joke? Basically, एक ख्वाब में आई.
Joke का है?
मतलब it's a song.
नहीं.
Like a रातकली.
Basically रातकली. कली. तो फिर तो बहुत कुछ आ जाएंगे ना?
कौन सा दूसरा कुछ नहीं?
और English words which end in
कली. What?
Yeah, they don't come to my mind very quickly. But it's a decently bad joke. ठीक है. It's a good one, Sagar. नहीं, D7, knight D6, knight D3, rook D3 मार दिया. Now D7 is a threat which you cannot stop. That's I'll go rook. What is this? Actually, it's a tough position, na, for black to find a move. That's a good suggestion, in fact.
No, what about rook F3 now? Just move the rook away, no? Why to give the rook?
So you want to go rook F3, E4 क्या करोगे? What will you do? Is it rook G3 or rook C3? So why not earlier itself, or you are happy to provoke E4?
Because then maybe knight E4 is coming, no? So like let's say.
Acha, you took away the E4 square from the knight. Ah, interesting. It's a great concept, na? You provoke E4 and then you go rook C3. Amazing. What happened?
Ironically.
Doesn't fit in.
Basically is best.
Yeah, but it doesn't make
Musically.
sense. Meaning चाहिए, meaning.
Okay, D6 played. Wow. Your suggestion has happened. Now he must take on D3.
Whose? Not mine.
No, someone who had suggested.
Yeah.
Magically.
Logically is a good.
Logically.
It fits
Typically.
in. Word. Typically नहीं, logically is good.
Theoretically. Oh, what? 97 he played. Arey baap re.
Logically ये हो गया. Oh yeah, it's not a good one. But I'm telling you now, because Sagar, we reached this position after knight d3, rook d3. It was very difficult for black to find a good move there. क्या खेलोगे? Imagine at this point, d7 t8 is happening. What are you going to think of? A move like rook. Chalo, e4 is still natural. Go e4. But anyway, d7. It doesn't matter. You can't take my rook.
D7, I'll move the rook.
Then d8 queen.
Bishop है भाई, bishop.
हाँ, bishop d8, rook d8, rook d8, bishop d8, rook a2. That
Black
should be
is
okay.
fine.
So एक बार खेलो तो सही. d7 दिखाना. So rook d6 now. Yeah, that's what. Oh, rook e6 with the idea of rook e8. Rook e6, don't even. Rook e6 with the idea of rook e8. Oh, king f7 saves, yeah. Acha, rook b6 खेला तो with the idea of still your d8 is controlled. Not easy to find a move even for white here.
D7 is now white is better clearly after bishop takes a5. ये pawn ले लो.
So Hikaru is winning actually. If Hikaru wins today, then easy clear second. No, tomorrow's game will still matter, na?
Yeah.
Prashik Pawar has got the tickets for the tournament on 25th. Oh,
Arey,
awesome.
great, Prashik. It's great to know. Anugrah says with increasing COVID cases in Chennai, audience live देख सकते हैं क्या? That's the question. Not so sure. Patrick, bro, all games ended in draw. Other three.
Cheswar
Yeah,
says if Hikaru wins today, Ding has to beat Hikaru tomorrow. Why ND7 is bad? Aditya asks.
because he will be a pawn down now. If you count the number of pawns here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. White also has 6 pawns. He will lose this pawn. He might want to go rook a8 to attack here, but then after b4, white seems to be under
But
control.
rook a2, like for pawn, he can recover, right?
No, but
Black
Amruta,
can-
rook c3 and get the rook from here to c7. That seems very dangerous.
And then this knight on g6 तो मतलब बहुत ही irritant monster है.
I think Hikaru will win this.
अक्षय पी says डूडा वर्सेस हिकारू गेम. वक्त बदल दिया, जज्बात बदल दिए, जिंदगी बदल दी. Yeah, at every mode it was different. Nice. Trying to analyze and understand a complication. He did play. It did happen. Bishop a5. So,
Rook a2 he will play. Rook a2.
yeah.
He took. Now rook a2. What would you play here? I was thinking b4, but then black has a strong move here. Let's ask the chat. Black to play. Hmm?
Mozilla नहीं दिख रहा है.
Black to play. Yes, Patrick, you're right. Nepo is the winner. Think about what your opponent wants to achieve and try to prevent it. It's a very tough move. It's not a forcing move, guys. आप लोग हमेशा forcing move सोचते हो. Forcing नहीं है. Did you find?
No, I'm not thinking. I'm tired.
You can take a rest. I'll finish.
No, I can see this.
You can finish. You can take a rest.
Chill out. Just the curiosity.
Yeah, the move that is right is been suggested only by one player, Mukesh Gupta, stopping rook c3 here, because this is a big threat. So rook c2 is the correct move.
Oh, wow, this is absolutely practical
Pure
defense.
prophylaxis.
Yeah.
By the way, here he goes bishop, and many people were saying कि b4 के बाद knight c5 खेलो here.
But d7?
No, but just take.
Even take and then d7.
And then what?
C6.
These two pawns are monsters. You can't stop these two pawns. So he went, by the way, b4 को rook c2 के वजह से he didn't play that. He played bishop b4, which is a good move.
So again, he has to stop rook c3. So rook c2 is must in that sense, or no? Then you have rook a1. मतलब the rook is reaching.
Right,
one of
right,
the rook is reaching
right,
the 7th
right.
rank. Oh, bishop b4 is nice.
How about rook c8?
हाँ.
This is 97 is over, no? Then
97 bishop. Oh,
Bishop is on D7.
wow. Disco, guys. Nice.
So can't go rook c8. So now threat is rook, not rook c1, rook c3. And if rook c2, there is rook a1.
What? He's losing. Like by 40. This is the 40th move? No, 39th move.
Yeah.
By 40th move, the position is going to become very clear.
Two more moves.
2 more moves. Vivek Singh Darbar says, Nepo OP. After last year's disaster, he came back in World Rapid and lost in finals. And now he is killing it smoothly.
When actually Nepo lost the World Championship, it was very easy for him to just, lose all the sort of motivation or something. I'm sure it was a tough phase for him because he lost very badly. After 5 draws, he lost like within the next 6 games or 5 games. He just lost so many games. But I think mentally he fought back very well overall.
How about Bishop D8 to stop rook entry, Aditya? Bishop D8.
Bishop D8 you
Anyway, anyway, last rank ke liye to I can play rook C1, no?
Yeah. No, Bishop D8.
Or knight is...
This is a big threat. And then rook C7 also we can sacrifice here. D7 hanging, rook D8 coming.
Dharmil Thanki says, Sagar bhai, do you know any two chess players who have been very good friends other than Vidit and Anish?
Yeah.
Chess players mein to I think one big difference is many players have to stay together during tournaments. That really...
I mean, at top level, if you want to say, then maybe Rajabov and Mamedyarov, they are good friends. Yeah, players from the same countries are usually good friends of each other many times.
Like maybe Magnus and Aryan Tari then?
Yeah, but Aryan is not like the world's elite player, no?
They are asking for world's elite. Like 27.
Bishop D8 played. Wow. Good job, but I think rook C3 is just killer. And also, Amruta, let's say rook C3.
Rook C3, rook C8, 97 check is a threat.
No, if I do this now.
Rook C6.
Rook C6
sorry, F2 is hanging.
Why can't we just go here? Take F2 one pawn, that's okay.
Bishop rook F2, it doesn't matter.
Rook F2.
You don't... Guys, what happens for rook takes D7? Don't make the move. Clear karo chat.
Ask the question again, no?
Guys, what happens for rook takes D7?
Black to play.
इसमें कैसा है, थोड़ा मुश्किल है टू इमेजिन. मैंने तो एरो भी नहीं दिखाया है, लोग बताना शुरू कर दिए, पर स्पीड थोड़ा स्लो डाउन तो हो ही जाएगा.
Yeah, Anand and Kramnik were good friends after their World Championship match ended.
Yeah, they are very good.
Gelf and Anand were also good friends.
Yeah.
I think once you stop to think of each other as fighting for the World Championship as top players, then you become good friends generally.
So the question was for guys, rook takes D7, and it's amazing that many of you have actually... One second. Maybe we can show it. I think many of you have written two moves. One is rook F7 discovered check, wanting to take here, and one is rook D2 check. But only one move is the right move. If you go rook F7 check, king H2 and rook D7, then there is knight E5, attacks the rook. If you go back, then there is D7, attacks this rook, and both these squares are controlled. So this position is winning for white. He will become a piece up. इसके लिए important was to give rook D2 check. If king goes to H2, then there is rook D1, which is good. If king has to go to F1, rook D1 check, king E2, and now this rook is attacked. It cannot stay on the D file, which is important for white. That's why to come to E2. Wherever the rook moves, you attack the bishop, and now you have threats here, basically d7 and 97 and all of that. So looking at CCM, how many people had said rook d2? Vishang, Simpi, Aditya Jha, Abhishek Gautam, Subranil Das, Gursimar Singh, Parth Maheshwari, Manoj Bala, Pratik Pawar, Real Sagar Shah and Kunal Kothari. Amazing, guys, amazing.
कितने सारे नाम कुछ भी पढ़ प्रशिक को प्रशांत कर दिया, कुणाल कमल को कुणाल कर दिया.
अच्छा,
But
0.75 नंबर है ना मेरा.
अच्छा अमृता, बिशप d8, rook c3, bishop b6, we were analyzing that, and now rook c7, and you were saying rook f2, but now white can just play king h1.
Correct, so not take on this.
And then when you take here, now this is hanging, and also knight e7
Oh, and rook
check.
d8 also, wow.
Yeah, so I think rook c3, if Nakamura finds, he should be
But
able
even if
to.
he doesn't find rook c3, anyway, there might be many other
Yeah.
moves also, no? But rook c3 should be over, kind of, almost. But one, guys in the chat, first of all, let me appreciate, even without the move was played, it was nice that all of you were writing the moves. So you should please tell Sagar beech mein to make it difficult for you all. अतुल गुप्ता से अमृता जी नेम्स को बचर करने में एक्सपर्ट है. देखो गाइस, वो मॉनिटर इतना दूर है, दूर, उसमें इतना सा फॉन्ट है जो इसने बड़ा कर सकता है कि नहीं मुझे नहीं पता, पर मेरे को दिखता नहीं है.
So he played rook c3. Wow. Hikaru is going to win this, I think.
And that's the 40th move, right?
Yes.
Sagar?
Yes.
And now he has 1 hour 8 minutes and Duda has this last move with 20 seconds in hand. Dynamic Chess says, so if Hikaru wins, this will be an incredible run considering Nepo was in touch of his life, in the touch of his life. If not, Hikaru would have been the challenger.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if Nepo was, let's say, having a bad tournament, then it's very interesting that Hikaru would have won the candidates. And actually Magnus would have not played.
No,
No, that we don't know.
With Hikaru, I think he would have enjoyed. So right now, Hikaru Nakamura's rating, he's reached world number 8, Amruta. So if he wins today, he will gain another 5 elo points. He will reach world number 7 के आसपास. He might even surpass Firuza in this tournament.
Oh, amazing. Yeah. And Nepo has also gained a lot of rating.
Nepo might well become, Nepo is world number 3 now.
So he was world number 4.
He was world number 6.
Caruana.
He was world number 6. He's gone 4 spaces up. Guys, 2700 Chess is a very good website for checking all this if you don't know. 2700 Chess. No, right now Hikaru is not confirmed for second place. Hikaru will, if he wins this game, he will be sole second on 7.5. And we'll have Ding on 7. Tomorrow will be Ding versus Hikaru, in which Ding will have white pieces. If Ding wins, he'll be second. If draw, Hikaru will be second. Anyway, Hikaru has to first win this, but I think very possible because this rook c7 idea is just very clean. See, you go here, you attack the knight. Okay. Then he has 2 attacking options and he has 1 defensive option. You don't want to move your knight away because once you move your knight away, I can play rook b7, hitting the bishop. Next move, I have d7. It looks very strong over there.
Oh, he played bishop b6.
He played bishop b6. Now rook c7. Let's say, Amruta, by the way, rook f2, we have king h1 and white is better. So, he must play bishop f2. Once you take with the bishop, I go king h1 or king h2. Imagine here. Knight is hanging. If you go rook d8. Now, rook c1. Or we can go check. See, this is quite also nice. and knight c6, hitting here and here.
Hmm.
So this is also not possible.
नाइट क्या 2 मूव्स में किंग साइड से कोई इनसाइड आ गया है ना मस्त.
हाँ, so यहाँ पे भी I think the same thing could work. King f7, knight c6. So bishop b6 के बाद rook c7. Taking f2 is only one move ka threat with either. Just move the king away. So he must think about his knight or rook d8. As we saw, this is a possibility, knight e7. But there's also rook d2, by the way, keeping control with bishop d2. There's also, if you go knight f6, just to analyze this carefully, rook b7, bishop f2, king h1, rook d8, just staying there, d7, now it's well protected. Let's say you block bishop d4.
Yeah.
And now I play bishop e7. If you take on here, then rook b8, and it's a mate. If you go here, checkmate.
Wow.
And if you go here,
this is
still
cool
a checkmate.
Mate, na? Cool
Yeah.
mate.
So that's the reason why there are these back rank issues. And by the way, Hikaru's knight g6 and pawn h5 is paid off. But I can seriously think Duda will be kind of cursing himself really hard for not playing b4, which maybe is just
Yeah.
a one-way traffic.
Absolutely, man.
Black would be pawn up clearly better. He goes d5 for a sharp game, and then now after 10, 7, 8 moves, he sees himself in a terrible position.
Yeah, this is very sad for him with having such a, like, there were such nice moves and he had found, especially. Dynamic Chess is Anand 2013 and 2014 back-to-back challenger, now Nepo.
Yeah. I think there is a small difference here because Anand was the world champion for 2013. So he won one candidates only. Here Nepo won one candidates, then lost the match, then won another candidates. 2.
Review Master says, Sagar bhai, I face difficulties playing Sicilian Dragon when they castle king side. I don't find any tactics there. Whereas if they had played Yugoslav attack, I can easily beat them. What to do?
I think when someone castles king side, the position is more calm than aggressive. So there are all these ideas like rook c8, knight e5, knight c4, a6, b5. You should study some games of players who have played that way.
The positional Sicilian रहेगा. It's more like, so it could be logically that you are a better attacking player than positional understandings.
Yeah. By the way, rook king h2 has been played, Amruta. So he might kind of reverse the move order.
Dharmic Thanke says Nepo's motivation, Carolita Cox, the Hungarian pistol shooter who lost his best friend.
Did he say that?
I don't know.
I don't think Nepo would have mentioned that. If he has mentioned, then you must guys read about him, Carolita Cox. It's a nice one. Nice story. In fact, there's this book we have.
Yeah, you have told them many times, I think, on streams. Which book?
Winning करके. That winning stories short. हाँ ये वाला ये. The habit of winning. ये. Green. हाँ. So while he's thinking for the move, let's read that story. I think I've read it.
Yeah. The story you've read it or not, I don't know, but many times we have mentioned about it.
Let's read it again. You can take rest.
Between
You want to play bullet?
when 40 moves are over and they think
40 moves is over. Play. Then I'll not read it.
no,
I'll
first
ask the chat.
story.
Guys, story or bullet?
No,
Amruta
first
bullet.
both na. First you
We can
read
see.
the story. First story.
Let's see.
Or while I'm playing the bullet, you can read the story.
No, story or bullet. They will say, if they say bullet, then you play the story. Bullet, 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 bullet.
Story will be.
Arey bullet, Amruta. Okay, story and bullet. We'll see. Come sit.
ठीक है तो बुलेट खेल के मैं बाद में bullet story. Like, I'll play 5 games. Out of 5, I have to win, whatever.
This book, guys. The habit of winning. Karoli was a sergeant in the Hungarian.
नहीं मेरे को इधर
हाँ तुमको तो इधर से ही खेलना है ना मोबाइल से.
वो बैटरी
ये रहेगा
27%. अभय मान says congrats for 938K.
हो गया
क्या बात है.
अरे थैंक यू गाइस.
सागर थोड़ा नाच गाना हो जाए.
कैसे
तू नाचेगा तू गाएगा तू गाते गाते नाचेगा 10 सेकंड के लिए.
मेरा रील है ना नाचने के लिए.
अरे हाँ सागर का रील.
Karoli was a sergeant in the Hungarian army. Why did you put headphones?
टक टक.
अच्छा. In 1938, the 28-year-old was country's top pistol shooter, having won most major national and international championships. He was by a mile. He was by a mile. The favorite to win the gold in 1940 Tokyo Olympic Games. Then disaster struck. At an army training session, a hand grenade accidentally exploded in Karoli's hand and blew it away. His shooting hand. Not only did his entire Olympic dream crash, he also lost a limb. By me, Karoli could have been excused for asking the question most of us would have asked. You would understand it too if he wallowed in self-pity, an understandable reaction for someone after such a tragic turn of events. You would sympathize with him if he were to become a recluse, a living example of how fate can devastate the best laid plans. Oh no, not Karoli. He was made of sterner stuff. Instead of focusing on what he had lost, his right hand, and potentially gold medal winning shooting hand, he chose to focus on what he still had.
Okay, मैं start कर रहा हूँ. दिख रहा है ना?
हाँ.
ठीक है, you can read. Not a problem.
He had mental strength, the mindset of a winner, the determination to succeed, and yes, a healthy left hand. A left hand which he thought he could train and transform into the world's best shooting hand. After a month in the hospital, Karoli went out and, away from the glare of the world, began practicing to shoot with his left hand. Despite the pain, his body still reeled under despite the strain the left hand had to undergo to also do all the right hand had done earlier, he stayed focused on his goal to make his left hand the best shooting hand in the world. 1 year later, Karoli resurfaced at the National Shooting Championship in Hungary.
Freak.
Oh, Queen trap away. Come on, Amruta, you can fight back like Karoli. Oops. His colleagues were delighted to see him. They complimented him on his courage and his fabulous gesture of coming over to see them shoot. But they were taken aback.
क्या टाइमिंग है ये बाबा? मैं टाइम क्यों कम नहीं हो रहा है?
I think it's not.
Oh shit! I have to see that ना. अरे अरे अरे. ओके, ब्लंडर कर दिया. वही मैं बोल रही हूँ, टाइम क्यों कम नहीं हो रहा है? Sorry guys, continue.
He told them he was not there to see them shoot, he was there to compete. And compete he did. In fact, Karoli won the championship just 1 year after losing his right hand. He won with his left hand. Karoli's decision to practice quietly away from scrutiny was significant. It is easy for people to ridicule you for dreaming big. It is also very easy for you to stay afloat in your misery for sympathy waves laps at you from all over. Unfortunately for Karoli, the Olympic dream remained unrealized for a while, as 2 successive games were cancelled due to war. In 1948, the Olympic Games came to London. Karoli was chosen to represent Hungary in pistol shooting event. He won gold, shooting with his left hand. Imagine being a gold medal favorite, losing your right shooting hand in an accident, yet picking yourself up from the shattered mess, training your left hand to shoot as well or better, and going on to win Olympic gold. 4 years later, Helsinki Olympics pistol shooting event, who won gold? Karolita Cox. That is the stuff champions are made up of. Now time for seeing another champion in action, Amruta Mokal. She is right now playing against a 2300 rated opponent and she's attacking vehemently right now. The opponent has played g6. Maybe her queen is getting trapped not this time, and she goes knight e4 attacking. What?
Yeah. No, you're right. I thought he can hear, but anyway, it doesn't matter.
Now, what does Blitzstar do? He's just having 20 seconds. Play. He's come under pressure. He's gone queen c7, takes on d6, bishop g3, queen c5. I think Amruta could have played that better, but she goes this way, takes, rook e8. I think black's position now better, but only 10 seconds left. And Amruta clearly in the driver's seat as per time, but oh, she plays f4, opening up the position. g4, keeping the position close. Queen g2 offering a queen trade. King takes g2, rook e3, rook f2, rook e8. And now 15 seconds versus 14 seconds. Oh my god. Who's going to win this? 2300 players are very, very astute at making quick moves. And look at him. He's making all pre-moves. And Amruta in trouble. 6 seconds, 3 seconds. Amruta also making pre-moves. Who's going to win this? Push. Queen check. Amruta 3 seconds. 1 second. 95. The game is not over. Game is not over. One, she loses on time.
I thought in the commentary I lost because of the commentary.
I didn't say it.
Oh, it's funny. Oh, nice. Oof. That was I thought मेरा खत्म हो गया time. But I then realized I had a lot of time. Chalo, never mind.
Okay, 1 minute. Let's just look at what is
Yes,
happening in the
please.
game. Okay, right now Nakamura and is
They
better.
played.
After King H2, last move, Duda is still thinking. He has not played.
Okay. So I will play. If Duda doesn't play, then I play.
Savita Chess was playing.
Oh, Savite.
That's why she got nervous. He got nervous.
Ah, good game. Chalo, I'm taking Shankadeep. Chess with Shankadeep. Okay, are you the sacrificial guy? Let me take 2500. Let's see.
Oh, Shankhadeep is 2-5. Amruta is 1900. He plays the Grand Prix and Amruta now plays Bishop G7. Knight comes out to E4 and some opening issues for Amruta. Check. Oh, that was bad. He should have taken on C5. Now Amruta clearly better here. Clearly having a nice position. Let's see, but her time is not so great. She has, and she takes. Now she has the bishop pair as well. Plays her queen out to B6. Takes on D6, bishop B7. So Amruta not caring about her opponent's rating. 2500, whatever it be. She's just crushing them. D6. Ooh. And the knight comes to D7. Is there some nasty fork?
Yeah, there was a fork.
Some forks there, but oh my god, the knight is almost trapped. Amruta is winning. Oh my god. F2 is hanging. Takes. Now she's 2 pawns up. Clearly better, but this. Now, can she hold on to her nerves? That is the question. Check. Takes here. Takes. Knight goes there. And knight on D6. 17 seconds only. 40 seconds for Shankadeep. Knights are very tricky creatures. Is Amruta going to draw? Goes back to B8. Amruta has 2 extra pawns. Check. No time. H3 check. Who's going to queen? Check. King coming in. Pawn pushing ahead. What a game. Knight F7. Queen. Me.
Shit!
Oh!
Shit! King H4. I knew this trick. अरे 2 सेकेंड ही थे मेरे पास. बहुत फास्ट खेला है बंदा.
तो 2500 है ना वो.
Shankadeep. Too fast. Okay, that was too fast.
Nice. At the end, he had a nice trap.
Yeah, man. Awesome. सब्सक्राइबर्स के साथ जीतना थोड़ा मुश्किल हो रहा है. एक भी नहीं जीत रही हूँ मैं. खेला डूडा?
I'm a CBI sub battle player, Shankadeep Maiti.
अच्छा.
Yeah.
Nice.
Shankadeep, well played.
Actually, 96 check उसने maybe he didn't. It was a pre-move. I don't know. ठीक है. I'm gonna play with Guhan.
Guhan. Oh, okay. I have heard this name.
Gahan you have heard said.
Okay, this is Naidorf.
Oops. क्या खेले मैं?
Bishop D3
I have
is
no idea.
quite popular these days. Vishy Anand is playing it. Castles, Bishop E6, A4. Amruta, Knight C6 played. And now Castles, F5. Oh, this looks not so great now. For whom I don't know, but let's see. Queen B6. Amruta puts her king to H1. H6. That's not right. Knight comes into D5. Queen takes B3. Is this going to be a huge attack somewhere? Takes. Queen D2. Oof. Is Amruta going to somehow be able to checkmate her opponent? Not. Oh, she brings a rook from that side. Oh my god, I did not see that coming. And now? Bishop goes back. Rook at 6. Is this over? There's no more check. Nothing. Oh. Oh, rook a3 was such a classy move. Rook a3 to h3 and takes and boom, mate. Mate. Wow.
Yeah, but he could have played queen b3 before itself.
Yeah, instead of h6.
H6 was like good move for me, but nice chance I got to show some attacking skills. By the way, knight off हुआ ना? I didn't realize only. I thought just played bishop d3. ठीक है. No move ना Sagar?
Let me see. Yeah, Duda has played one move. Let's
Yeah,
just
let's
analyze
look
that.
at that.
So he's played king h7. I think Duda is aware of the dangers and he goes here. And I think his point is that many times there are 97 checks here. So he wants to get out of that. And now if you go rook c7, it's still possible. Takes. And now this is hanging. So let's say you go knight f6, rook d8, rook a8, and
Knight no, bishop e7.
bishop e7. If I take here, then knight e7 is put.
But if you don't take, I don't have a threat. I can't queen. Or no, knight f8.
You have to go here.
Takes. I have a threat. Knight f8. Check.
Yeah.
उससे क्या हो रहा है?
But अभी पहले
96.
I'll take this.
Rook takes, bishop d8.
Takes, bishop d8, knight c7, bishop c7. And then white has two pieces for a rook. And
But
this
no.
should be winning.
अच्छा. Yeah, because... No, it's not so.
It's
Before
not easy.
आएगा तो maybe.
But look at what Hikaru did, Amruta.
हाँ.
Hikaru is so calm. He's like, why should I rush into this idea all the time? Let me first save my pawn.
अच्छा.
I will then slowly and steadily reap everything. I'll go rook c7.
Practical.
Very nice move f3.
Very
nice.
practical. Karo. Amazing. So अगर एक इच्छा है, one dream, कि I want to win one smooth game with a lot of time in hand. So I'm gonna try that out, okay? With a lot of time in hand. अभी.
Yeah, Hikaru playing well at all.
वो मेरा hang हो गया.
Yeah, Isomaniac, I think they have also other prizes, no? Like second place is important. If Magnus doesn't play, then for every win they have some kind of a prize, like prize in the sense there's some prize money for every win and so on. So Amruta is playing against Dark Knight.
अरे यार माँ.
Amruta wanted to play e4, but it started off with e3. I think opponent also thought she played e4. So he played e5 and knight c6 pre-moves. He had already made those pre-moves. So g6, c5 played, bishop g7. Amruta has gained a lot of space here. a5. Maybe hitting with the b6 pawn was better than playing a5. Look at the knight on g8. It cannot develop easily. Goes h5. And Amruta has now bolstered her pawn structure very well. And knight g4. Interesting move. Bishop d2. Amruta doesn't want to give up her bishop. f6. f3. Pushes the knight away. Knight goes back. Bishop to c4 on a beautiful diagonal from a2 to g8. f5. Knight h3. Now takes with the knight. A check. Brings the other knight to f2. Knight f5, bishop. Ooh, bishop g5 is then queen trapped. Seems so, seems so. Knight e3 takes the piece. Okay, it's just over. Oh, beautifully played. Well played game.
He allowed d6 के बाद. Yeah,
Yeah,
you were right. I think b6 b was
d6
important.
he should have played.
I just ठीक है. I think I'll play one more game because there is some time.
PS Vidyarthi. Oh, and Amruta goes with h4 and PS Vidyarthi is saying I won't
नहीं, उसका
play a
टाइम ही
move.
स्टार्ट नहीं. हाँ, बी वो.
C6.
उसने क्या खेला है, दिया है 1+b. हाँ, ठीक है.
He's playing. Oh, it's 1+1, I think.
नहीं, I don't want to play. No, then. Huh? Should I change?
It's up to you.
Guys, please challenge Bullet. Don't challenge any other times. It's not nice.
Amruta has only 7 seconds left. Queen c5. Discovered check. Oh, queen is lost. Wow. In the end, you just sped up very quickly.
Yeah, I was.
Now you are in good form actually.
Really? No, I'm blundering like crazy. Only to play is not so, like without any practice and all is not easy. But let me see.
It's a few
So
moves.
let's see. Let's see the game, guys. Let's see the game.
King h7, f3, rook a7 back, rook c6. Just playing the best moves.
Nakamura, now he's got this chance. He's not.
Yeah, black is just too passive. The bishop can't go anywhere. The e5 pawn is weak. Knight can't move. If you go here, then I can always go rook c7. So it's just all very bad now for black. Can't move only. And suddenly this knight is the biggest thorn. Like in the middle game, we felt that the knight was doing nothing. In the end game, it's just controlling everything.
Yeah.
Okay, Amrita, I'll take. You can continue playing.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All you have to do is just switch between this and this.
Which
This is
four
for playing and this is for game.
Okay.
And between these two, ये देख यहाँ पे change किया तो ये. So you have to go here and click here.
क्या you हाँ.
Click here. And if you go here, then click here. This and this. This and this.
नहीं, पर क्लिक ये दोनों का मीनिंग क्या है? एक तो मुझे पता है बोर्ड वाला. ये कौन? हाँ, ओके, गॉट इट. इफ आई गो हियर, आई गेट इट. पता चल गया.
Okay.
ठीक है, पता चल गया. Gauran Sharma, I'm playing with Gauran Sharma. I hope you're online. You're white, yes. e4 खेला गया है,
Yes,
गड़बड़ नहीं करनी
Roro,
अमृता
all the
ने।
best. Thank you. Please do give the feedback and let us know how you like it.
कल मैंने कई लोगों को हराया है ये सेम खेलते हुए। पीपल हैव टू लर्न नाउ ये ओपनिंग को कैसे खेलते हैं, धीरे धीरे सीख जाना गाइस। क्या बात है, सेम ब्लंडर नहीं हुआ है, विच इज़ अमेजिंग, नाइस, रियली नाइस। Okay, that's a trouble for me. Some sort of trouble there already, I can sense. Oops, see. Ah, nice, nice. That was a good game. Good game. सही था यार, थोड़ा स्लो हो गया इधर, डायरेक्टली रुक। ओ यहाँ पे रुके पे आना पड़ा। I should have gone rook d6 and then rook b6 maybe. I'm not sure. टाइम पे this was good, this was good. मज़ा आया। Let me play another game. Prashik. Thing with Prashik here, he's white. देखते हैं, am I able to play fast? Prashik, hello. It's your move. Prashant Tiwari says, I beat you day before yesterday. Please, thanks for reminding me by the way. Please play with me again. Please. Prashant, today I'll be taking new challenges, so I'm not taking a lot of people who have already played. Prashik is already, I think, slept. Bullet देखते देखते या stream देखते देखते he's Prashik is math, I don't know. I have taken a new challenge, mathlete. Let's see how he plays. After a long time we're gonna witness Scotch, but this guy seems prepared, so अरे हाँ मैं तो ओपनिंग ही भूल गई यार। I just don't remember anything. Too much time I have taken already. अरे अरे ब्लंडर हो गया तुम्हारा, तो सैक तो हो नहीं सकता, इट हैज़ टू बी अ ब्लंडर। चलो let's see. अरे प्रीमो हो गया यार. प्रीमो प्रीमो प्रीमो. टाइम आउट हो गया. I lost. I lost. Oh no, 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 no. अरे. Richard, I think I played with you right that day. What was our result? But I think I played with you. If Ashutosh, I've played with you. Prashantivari, I've played with you. Beast Boy, I've played with you. Prashak, now I've played with you. Oh, I actually have played with a lot of people. Now I'm gonna play is VD is the best. VD is the best. Definitely seems like a big fan of VD. So सही रहेगा उसके साथ. Will he play like VD or not is a big question. Accept नहीं हो रहा challenge में. Somehow. I tried. Richard Solomon, I think I've played with you. प्रशांत तिवारी says मैम आप सबके साथ खेलें. नहीं. गीता मेहता says लायन ऑफ कच्छ. वाह क्या क्या आईडी है सबके. एकदम ही इंटरेस्टिंग. सन किंग के साथ मैं नहीं खेली हूँ. उसके साथ खेलते चलो. लेट्स सी. आई लव व्हेन आई गेट ब्लैक. This is new. मतलब not 22. We're going in a proper Scaven engine structure. Don't remember any theory, but let's see. अरे खेलो. Oh man, exact same time towards the end. This was good. This was good. Whew. Some good game there. Thank you so much, Sun King. Let me now check out the game, guys. 1 second. थोड़ा मूव्स हो चुका है. After rook c6, bishop d4 was played by Duda. No, sorry. He played bishop e3, not bishop d4. We were checking that move. He played bishop e3. Bishop d2 खेला. Nice. This is a nice move. He's exchanging this bishop now. But now he went bishop d4 and bishop c3. Naka is adamant to exchange this dark square bishop. So basically, even if here he takes here rook d2 and there is nothing to stop rook c7, no counterplay. Same, yeah, with bishop c3. What is he going to do? He's losing another pawn here. Takes, rook takes. Rook c7 is coming. If he goes back, bishop b6, not wanting to take, then there is knight takes c5. Oh, is he going to resign very soon now? Let's see. Bishop c3. Let's see. ठीक है. So I'll play more bullet games, guys, right now. And then I think next bullet stream I'll do as a separate bullet stream. थोड़ा अच्छे से मस्त मजा आएगा. By the way, who was this Sun King? If you're in the chat, please let me know what's your name. उर्विन चेस का चैलेंज एक्सेप्ट किया हुआ है मैंने. और d4 बहुत ही दिन बाद ये हो रहा है गेम पे. उन्होंने निम्जो मेरा स्टॉप ही कर दिया. बोले नहीं, आई कांट प्ले दैट. इंटरेस्टिंग. फाइन, कोई बात नहीं. बहुत सारे दूसरे ऑप्शंस है. इट्स फाइन. थिंक मैं पॉन जीत गई हूँ सिंपली विदाउट एनी काउंटर प्ले. स्पेस भी धीरे धीरे मिलना शुरू हो गया है. बहुत अच्छी पोजीशन है. ओनली क्वेश्चन इज टाइम अच्छे से मैनेज करना ज़रूरी है. अरे ब्लंडर हो गया आपका जी. ओके, टाइम पे जीत गई हूँ. इट वॉज अ डिफरेंट ओपनिंग. इट वॉज गुड. बीस्ट बॉय, आई थिंक आई played with you already, hence I won't be playing with you today. I'll play with more other people. You can challenge me on Amruta Mokal. I want to quickly have a look at Naka's game. No, he played. For bishop c3, he went bishop e3 here. He did not exchange. And now, Naka went rook c7. Same thing, he could have gone with bishop on b4, but over here now rook c7. This is actually, why did he not take the pawn here? Of course, it's a blunder. If he takes the pawn here, it's a blunder because there is bishop f4 check and you lose the piece. Cannot take the pawn, so rook c3 now. This is now the threat is rook a7. I don't know, you rook a7, bishop a7, knight e5 is of course possible. Looks like it, but you don't want to, like, you really love the rook here, so maybe you don't want to play that. What else can you play? Another interesting idea is to exchange this rook from rook a1. So this is also possible. Oh, he was king h3. What a weird move. Wow. Amazing. It's like improving the position. Rook e8 ko, it's black kuch bhi nahi kar sakta. The bishop cannot move from this diagonal. This will be hanging. The rook cannot move. This will be hanging. This rook can move, but anyway, e5 pe problem hai. Do nothing, just improve your pieces. King h3. That's what he plays. There's no good move for black. ठीक है. Let's play. Oh, I have kept this. I might do the same blunder. Before I accept the challenge, I should change the board. Yes, can I try something? I'm gonna. I played with him already. I think I've played with him. Okay, this is the last 1 or 2 games. Let me play. So I'm gonna accept this challenge right now, and I have to. I'm going to try to play really fast, like super fast. And let's see if I'm able to win with some at least 10 seconds in hand. Yeah, that's the aim of this game. I don't know how strong this guy is, but that's the aim with 10 seconds in hand. Chalo, let's go. I'll have to make a lot of pre-moves. Sushant, if you're Sushant, our range bolta hai wo, but he has to really play fast for that to happen. ये आ गया टिपिकल. सब यही कैसे खेलते हैं पता नहीं. स्कॉच हुआ तो यही खेलते हैं. एवरीबडी हैज द सेम थिंकिंग, सेम थॉट्स. मार दो इसको, नो प्रॉब्लम. पॉन अप, सिंपल एंड गेम. देयर इज नथिंग यू कैन डू देयर. ऐसे पॉन फ्री में दे रहे हो तो कैसे चलेगा ना. यू हैव टू नॉट गिव पॉन्स फॉर फ्री. ये बढ़िया टैक्टिक आ चुका है. ऑलमोस्ट ख़त्म हो चुका है ये. Oops. अभी 20 सेकेंड हाथ में खेलेंगे अपन. बढ़िया. मेट करो यार अमृता, मेट करो, टाइम पास मत करो प्लीज, मेट करो मेट करो। बस स्टेलमेट थोड़ी ना करना है तेरे को। अरे भाई स्टेलमेट हो सकती है, मेरे को क्यों टेंशन आ रहा है। खुश करो, खुश रहो। छी मैंने कितना टाइम लगाया, पर 17 सेकेंड है मेरे पास। मैंने वादा खुद से जो किया वो पूरा किया गाइस, वादा पूरा हो चुका है। थैंक यू सो मच सुशांत, आपकी वजह से बहुत खुशी मिल चुकी है। और 17 सेकेंड, 7 सेकेंड एक्स्ट्रा थे मेरे पास, इसके लिए काफ़ी अच्छी कोशिश की आपने। लेट अस गो बैक टू द गेम। डूडा भी सोच रहे इधर क्या करे करके। वैसे आपका नाम क्या है? सुशांत है आपका नाम, सुशांत। गॉट इट गॉट इट। अभी ये लास्ट गेम ले लो गाइस, लास्ट गेम। ठीक है ये लास्ट गेम है। अभी मैं जा रही हूँ, वापस बोर्ड शिफ्ट कर रही हूँ। यर वी आर 2 क्वीन करके जीती थी। अभी खेलने वाली हूँ मैं लायन ऑफ कच्छ के साथ। ठीक है देखते हैं क्या होता है। बहुत फास्ट खेलना पड़ेगा, 10 सेकेंड एम रखता है वापस। अपने को पता नहीं है तो बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर है, सो इट सीम्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट, बट लेट्स ट्राई, व्हाई नॉट, व्हाई नॉट व्हाई नॉट व्हाई नॉट। अरे 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 ये काय का ब्लंडर हो गया। वही बात नहीं, ब्लंडर होते हैं। ये मेरा पॉइंट स्ट्रक्चर तो देखो गाइस, इतना बंडल है, इतना खराब, इसे क्या कहे हम। अरे 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 ये क्या हो गया, क्या से क्या हो गया। ओ गॉड ओ गॉड। अरे शिट मैन, ध्यान में था यार वो ट्रैप का यार। शिट, टिपिकल टैक्टिक आ गया इस, टिपिकल टैक्टिक। क्वीन H4 खेलो ना इधर, क्वीन H4, ये मर रहा है ना। काफी अच्छा कुछ ये रुक भी वन, इधर मैं क्या कर रही हूँ डबल करके, मतलब इधर अच्छा प्लान है, दिस इज सच अ नाइस प्लान। इधर स्टार्ट करो ऑलरेडी, H4 H5 H6, कुछ भी नहीं करना है। वेल प्लेड लायन ऑफ कच्छ। गीता मेहता है क्या तुम्हारा नाम? What is this line with C4? You played it with me also. Yeah, so Chess for Fun, it is a story. There was this tournament, one tournament in Zalakaros, and really used to, Sagar used to play Karogan and all practice games. He would crush me, keep crushing me. So that's why I found one line, which was very difficult for Black to break. So you can check out some games, and I think it's just a little original, more based on understanding. There's not much theory, not too many top players have also played this, but it's very comfortable. So that's why I play that. Mm. Geeta Mehta says I'm 12 years old. Huh, okay, but what's your name? Sharon Abby says I'm 13 years old. सारे बच्चे इधर आ गए मेरे को हराने के लिए, इसीलिए मैं हार रही हूँ. मेरे को समझा, पहले मैं जीतती थी, अभी सब बच्चे आके मेरे को हरा रहे हैं. अथर्वा आर यू कमिंग फॉर द अबू धाबी चेस फेस्टिवल इन अगस्त? बहुत सोचा, बहुत इंटरेस्ट था, बहुत मन था, बट इट्स टू बैक, सो मोस्ट probably not. मिथुन रामलिंगम says I'm 15. अतुल गुप्ता says 12-year-old से हार गए, शर्म करो. हाँ ना यार, शर्म ही करने की ज़रूरत है. काफ़ी बुरा लग रहा है. काफ़ी अच्छा गेम था वैसे, मज़ा आया. अच्छा अथर्व, यू कम हियर, मेरे को हरा दो रक्षित. रक्षित को मैंने अभी लास्ट थोड़े टाइम से चैलेंज नहीं किया है. रक्षित तुमको हरा दोगे. तुम तो कारो का नहीं खेलते हो ना. चेस फॉर फन से आई फील ओल्ड, आई एम 18. अच्छा, तो फिर तुम ये बच्चों के साथ थोड़ा खेलो, यू विल फील यंग. मैम वीडी इज़ द बेस्ट है चैलेंज. हाँ दैट गेम तुम खेले नहीं थे ना, वो गेम वीडी इज़ द बेस्ट. ठीक है चला, तुमसे वो चैलेंज हुआ नहीं करके मैं लास्ट खेल रही हूँ. नहीं नहीं, पहले मुझे गेम देखना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो अदरवाइज. some moves have happened. King h3 को he played b4. Yeah, black had no move, so he just tried to give another pawn. Takes, rook b8. क्या इधर कुछ हो रहा है? Bishop c3, rook takes b3, and Nakamura is thinking right now the game is almost about to get over. White, I think he'll go rook d3, attack this bishop. कहाँ जाएगा? Which diagonal it's gonna stay? It can't stay on this diagonal because ये मरेगा. If it goes somewhere like, कहाँ जाएगा? Suppose bishop f2 or something like that. काफ़ी कुछ options है actually. Too many options. If you distract it even further, it will go to d4, but then this is hanging. Wow, this is such a nice discovered attack. It has so many themes. One is discovered attack and one is removing the guard. It's very nice, very pretty. And if you take on d3 here, then oh guys, beautiful move. Can I ask this in a chat? Because it's a very important move. If you play bishop e1, you have to be very precise tactically. So can I ask, what should white play here? And it's game over then. बाप रे, इतने लोगों ने गलत आंसर दिया है. आई कांट बिलीव इट. Guys, if you, so firstly count the material. Bishop for bishop, knight for knight, rook for rook. You guys are a rook down. Now you want to give your rook, another rook, and I am taking the rook, and I know what you all have seen is knight f8 check, but at the end of everything, knight d7 मारा, bishop e1 मारा, अभी ये मर रहा है, and black is going to be a rook up. So it was a very nice thing that you saw that, because ये knight f8 check और fork आ रहा है, and you will be like collar उठा के क्या देखो मैंने fork miss नहीं किया. It's nice, but this doesn't work. The other move which was suggested was rook d7. हाँ, bishop f2 जिन्होंने भी बोला था, bishop f2. The problem there is again rook takes c7, pawn takes c7 मर गया. तो rook c3 and this pawn का queen is top. This pawn is hanging right now. You cannot defend it from this. You do not have a check and queen like ideas. So basically you are going to lose this pawn. If you lose this pawn, you are an exchange down. So knight e5, if you take knight e5, rook c7 and you are an exchange down, black will eventually win this position. So that also doesn't work. Very important only move, guys, you have to find rook c8. Idea is mate, unstoppable mate in one. हो रही है करके फालतू मूव्स करके थोड़े 2-3 मूव आगे जाएगा, but it's mate in one. So this was a beauty there. What happened in the game was rook b3 को rook c8 he played. He did not play that idea. Rook c8 directly, same idea, mate है. Rook b8 stopping the mate, x3 defense. Rook b8, knight b8, simply d7. कुछ भी ज़्यादा स्टाइल मार नहीं रहा है नाका. He's just playing simple and it's over. Naka has won the game after d7. Duda has resigned, so it's over. The game is over and right now there's a queen threatened. So if you play knight d7, then exactly as all of you had rightly pointed, the same trick with takes and white is a piece up. So he's gonna win this. So Duda resigned. Wow, Nakamura did win. So for tomorrow, Ding will have to beat Nakamura. That's the only way. Ding will have to beat. So I think we'll also be ending the stream here right now because it's been some time. We have been doing a lot of things during the day also, so it's a little tiring. So tomorrow for sure we'll be back, and I think BD chess game. Please challenge me tomorrow. अरे नो बुलेट देखो रक्षित. बुलेट में मैं हार ही रही हूँ, मतलब मैं हार ही रही हूँ टाइम के लिए. वो इतना हाथ ऐसे, मतलब I don't know how I was winning earlier. Maybe I have to play on different platform also. Let me try next time. थोड़ा change मिलेगा board से भी. Yeah, Har Singh says now Naka is gonna make a video in his YouTube channel. Yes, please do watch that video, guys. हाँ रक्षित, जब मैं पूरी डिप्रेस्ड होने वाली हूँ, सबसे हार रही हूँ, तब मैं खुद से बोलूँगी रक्षित प्लीज चैलेंज मी. और एक गेम नहीं, फिर मैं तुम्हारे साथ 5 गेम खेलूंगी. फिर तुमको हराने के बाद बहुत अच्छा लगेगा. हाँ देखो देखो मेरा कॉन्फिडेंस देखो. अतुल गुप्ता से प्लीज प्ले बुलेट अंटिल यू विन 2 गेम्स. अरे वो तो बहुत टाइम लगेगा. अभी 11:30 आज थोड़ा जल्दी करके सब सोना है. बहुत ही लेट हो रहा है सब. 4 बज रहे, 5 बज रहे. सो टुडे इज़ अ गुड डे गाइज. आई एम गोना regain the energy for tomorrow, and I am glad that Sagar will also regain the energy for tomorrow. So until then, bye bye, and please all of you who can come to the show, Anish versus Vidit, please do come because there's going to be a lot more things than you can expect. So pakka. And all of you who beat me today, congratulations. Amazing, amazing. Bye bye. And